threatening button.
And what am I gonna do when I see this? A great big threatening button. I believe we are live. Are we live?
Yeah. Hey guys, Series 12 sucks.
Oh, you're jumping the gun.
I know it's not this either, but yeah.
Well, you'll see. Hello and welcome to EDAR number 5. We are here for another one of these podcasts that we do live.
Yeah.
Before we get into any details, however, patreon.com/Genesis of Androzani is where you give me money. And twitter.com/Giandrozani is where you tell me about the money you just gave me. And also, oh shit, no, I don't know. I thought it was, for some reason, I thought there was a third plug. I don't think there was. You plug stuff.
Hey, it's me, Editron. I do reactions to Series 12 and classic Doctor Who. You can watch the latest reaction to the really, really poorly ended Can You Hear Me? And yeah, you can watch that. And hopefully tomorrow, part 3 and 4 of Frontier's reaction should be out.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I haven't finished editing it yet, but I'll probably edit it tomorrow morning, render it, and it should be up tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking forward.
I'm halfway through editing it.
What fuck was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to that because I've actually seen Frontiers now. Saw it this week.
Yeah. Yes, you did. Yeah.
And,
I saw.
But not only that, I'm very interested to see what you pull out of the hat. Very
Yes.
Waiting in anticipation for that.
Yes.
Yes. From what you said on your tweet, it's either something really good or really bad. So I'm expecting either something like the War Games Pyramids of Mars, Caves of Androzani, or maybe something like the Twin Dilemma Warriors of the Deep, or something like that.
Either something that is well regarded or very badly received.
Yes.
Because I feel like lately I've kind of gotten a couple of average stories.
Well, I mean, you've gotten a lot of Davison, let's be honest.
I have, but to be fair, I have liked them.
Yeah.
Though the stories themselves are pretty average, apart from Earthshock, which is really good.
Oh yeah, no. Look, I mean, what I'm saying is that for classic Who standards, Davison era is pretty average. But
yes.
it's just that when you put the context of the show in a whole and you think about, like, you know, Moffat's era, it kind of looks a bit better. Also,
actually, I've got a bone to pick with you. On Lord Slar's live stream,
yes,
when you were on about Eaters of Light,
yes,
the way you worded that, I think it's the worst of the entire show, and it was like, oh, that's just silly. It's like, I want to make it clear, I hate it the most subjectively. I do not think it's the worst objective like story of the show. It's still fucking terrible, but I have a very personal hatred for it. But I would have absolutely demanded that they put it on the list.
Well, I mean, it's a bit like me with Curse of the Black Spot. Like, it's no one else seems.
But that's bad, though. That's really bad.
No one else seems to hate it as much as I do.
But it's really bad, though.
Yeah.
It's fucking dog shit.
And it's like me, Adam, and Jake, and it seems to be you and all of my subscribers the only ones that really don't like Idiot's Lantern. Like, the only ones that think it's the worst of Series 2. The only other person that's not on this...
But because it is.
The only other person that it's not part of this channel that I've seen say they think it's the worst is Liv from the Who Addicts. That's it. Everyone else either says Fear Her or Love and Monsters. So, anyway.
I mean, Love and Monsters is objectively better than It Is Lantern.
It is. Yeah, despite Brian thinking it's not.
Yeah, despite people focusing on the face slab, which is fair enough, but
Fucking, that's so funny though. God.
yeah, it is.
God.
It is. It's
a-
quite dumb, but it is funny.
Come on, have a thick skin. It's funny. Anyway.
We've even got a bit of a love life.
God, fucking hell. That's a great...
Also, have you seen Jay try to defend the Sontaran weakness in the latest EFAP? That's hilarious.
Yeah. Also, I just want to let you all know that today is quite a Genesis of Androsani overload, because before this live stream started, I released to the public my reaction to Can You Hear Me? And...
No, I can't.
Well, that did happen. But...
No.
Then we got this live stream. And then after this live stream is over, I shall be making my reaction. Well, not just my reaction, but mine and Jake's reaction to Doomsday public. So you'll get to see what Jake...
Is it Doomsday? Oh yeah, it is Doomsday, yeah. I
So
forgot.
you'll get to see what Jake thinks of Doomsday, and you get to see what that thumbnail is.
I forgot what the thumbnail looks like.
Well, I can't spoil it.
No, it's in our Twitter messages, so I'll probably just look at it in a minute.
So anyway, I'm gonna look at some of these comments. Game Troll Prime just came to say that Eaters of Light isn't that. What does he mean? Does he mean isn't that bad or isn't that good?
It's bad.
You need to clarify what you mean. Hello Asmat. Hello Power Spine 2. Hello Editron, whoever that fucker is.
Hi. Hi.
Oberon 5, you got a lot of Davison. How many Toms we had on Worsted Classic Q in a row? Oh yeah, fucking hell. Fuck!
That's so many.
So, what, we've had the Leisure Hive, we've had Nightmare of Eden, we've had the Creature from the Pit, we've had the Invasion of Time, and the Power of Kroll. And we've still got like 5 left. We've still got Underworld, we've still got the Armageddon Factor, we've still got Destiny of the Daleks, we've still got the Horns of Naimon, we've still got Meglos. It's fucking crazy.
Oh yeah, the Doomsday one is great. I've just looked at it.
Yeah. For me, Fear Her is worse. You know what? Fair enough. I mean, Fear Her and Idiot's Lantern are basically just the same episode, but I prefer the comedic style of Fear Her because it's more improvised, whereas
Fear Her is way more funny.
Yeah, whereas Idiot's Lantern is like forced down your throat, you know? Rather than Fear Her, which is just like a massive meme.
Mm-hmm.
Is it bad that I'm more hyped for the eventual Runaway Bride reaction? Fair enough. You can be hyped for whatever you want.
Yeah, true. Like it's a very good episode.
I mean, I think it
introduces the best companion of all time.
I mean, I think the fact that knowing what kind of comedy Jake's into, I feel like he's gonna love Donna.
I really hope so. Yeah. I'd be really annoyed if he doesn't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think one thing to put in perspective.
Get me to the church.
I've got a bit of evidence because I've said before that Anthony doesn't like Donna mainly because of the comedic style, and I know
he's wrong.
But one thing I do know is that it's in general Jake and Anthony tend to disagree on a lot, so there's that. I don't know, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, Jake's seen The Office US and he's seen her in it, so I don't know.
Does he like her in that?
I don't think he remembers. He got her confused for someone else.
I
know that Anthony hates her in that. And he hates her.
Go on, Anthony just doesn't look like funny stuff.
He doesn't like Matt Lucas either.
Of course he doesn't. To be fair, if it's I don't like Husbands of River Song Nardole, that would make sense because he's not very good in that.
No, he hates Little Britain. That's why he hates Matt Lucas.
Yeah. No, I haven't seen Little Britain in years. I didn't even watch it that much.
Yeah, He just hates it because the way he describes it is that, oh, people like Little Britain because he's fat and bald and that's stupid. And I'm pretty sure
But he wears wigs in that show.
It's a little bit different to that, but okay.
I think it's because of the skits and the characters they play.
Yeah. The Chloe Webber jokes on Twitter is bizarre. Yeah, well, you know...
Everyone thinks she's the Timeless Child, which is a big possibility.
Yes, it would be very, very good for the lore, wouldn't it?
So I guess since we're not obviously at the end of Series 12 yet... But yeah, since we're not at the end of Series 12 yet, and I assume after the next EDAR with Lorslar, Joey, Brian, and all that, we'll probably do one on Series 12 after that. But right now, what is your kind of thoughts on Series 12 so far as a quality series?
Well, that's a nice segue, because I was just about to get into that, because that's written down on my notes.
Hey.
Vinny Harris, love this channel and your love for Doctor Who. Yes.
Thank you.
What do you think of our dislike for Doctor Who as well? I want to know. Cause...
That's also just as good.
Okay. The fact that we made an entire series on the channel dedicated to why we dislike Hellbent and trying to prove it by watching the absolute doldrums of Classic Who itself.
And I guess this also is kind of the like this series of EDAR podcasts is kind of another way of showing hate towards the show, because there are people with really awful takes on the show, like the Clara one we did. That was a really tismy take on Series 7, and then we watched Harry's haunted house or castle.
It used to be Harry's moving castle, but then it changed to Harry's haunted house.
He changed it in October, it hasn't changed it back, so I guess he's just rebranded himself, even though it's the same content.
Yeah. Anyway, going back to Series 12. So, I think it's, so far, there are improvements on Series 11. The main reason for that is because Chibnall has actually started using the characters. Because with Series 11, it was designed to be an introduction to a new era of the show, and because he made the decision to go so hardcore on making it really easy for someone to watch, he made it too easy. He made the show completely vanilla, and it just didn't have anything interesting about it. Like, even like the first series of New Who and the first season of Classic Who had like 10 times more than what this had. He stripped it back too far, and I think he made it a bit too bland. So with Series 12, we're actually getting what he originally, thought, this is what I want my Doctor Who to be after I do this introduction-y little appetizer. And I think it is an improvement in the sense that we're actually getting some substance. However, there are still some issues, and I think the main issue that I have is that a lot of the potential the series have is being left up to what the payoff is. There's a lot of build-up with how they're changing the Doctor's character into something a bit bizarre. The Timeless Child and all these weird things. There's a lot that's left up to what's going to happen down the road. It's also the Ruth Doctor as well. You think about Captain Jack, you think about all this stuff. The Master too. The fact that the Master is completely disconnected from where we saw Missy and the Doctor Force. It's all a big mystery. And for me, the overall quality of this series is really going to depend on where it ties into the future with the finale, and also probably how it ties to future series as well. Which is a little bit upsetting, but I am going to wait it out and see if Chibnall really does have it in him to do something special with the story. But at the same time, because he's put so many eggs in this basket and because he's taken so many risks, this could also pay off in a very negative way. On top of that, Chibnall's episodes themselves, like Spyfall for example, still have a lot of the same problems where he literally just isn't very good at comedy. He's just not a very funny writer. He's also got a problem with thinking that he needs to have Broadchurch deadpan cinematography to go along with these characters, which for me just doesn't work. You can't make a show that looks like a fucking funeral but have the 13th Doctor in it. It just doesn't work. Having said that, the other episodes, the ones with the guest writers, actually do have quite vibrant cinematography, which is much better than what I think Chibnall has for his episodes. I also think that another problem that this series has is it has a crisis with structure, and that episodes that have way too many ideas don't have the time to tell their stories. If you look back at the Russell T Davies era and parts of the Moffat era, the reason why the 45-minute format works is because they limit how many ideas they throw at it, and they only focus on certain aspects of what you could tell about the story, so you have a tightly constructed 45-minute episode of a burst of things that you can fit. Whereas with Chris Chibnall, he's trying to fit the amount of ideas that you would have in a Classic Who style story that would be like a 90-minute story, but telling it in 45 minutes. You look at episodes like Orphan 55 and Praxeus and Can You Hear Me? And I feel like all of those stories will work way better if they were 90 minutes rather than 45, because they have so many brilliant ideas that just aren't fleshed out. And apart from that, I think I don't have any other major problems. There's obviously little nitpicks I have here and there, but overall, I think it is an improvement on Series 11, but there are still problems, and a lot of the quality is going to come down to where it pays off in the end. So, yeah. Your thoughts on that?
Okay, so I agree that this is an improvement on Series 11. However, the thing I differ on is that I think that this is still a bad series. I have only enjoyed 2 episodes from this series, which were Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror and Praxeus. And even then, I still have flaws with those stories. I enjoy Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror more than Praxeus, and I think that one is the more one I'm confident on, that I think will age better over time, or at least age well. When you mention that this series is doing more with characters, I don't really see that, because I still feel like Yaz, Ryan are completely blank slates.
Even after this week?
Yeah, like it feels like that Chibnall remembered that he needed to develop Yaz and Ryan, so they stuffed a whole... I mentioned this in my reaction. Everything that happened to them in Can You Hear Me should have been from day one of their run. But what he did is cram it into 45 minutes.
Yes.
And the whole Yaz... Like, don't get me wrong, I think the idea of Yaz being inspired by a policewoman in her past, which inspired her to become a police officer in the first place, is a really good idea. Like, a really good idea. But you know what they do with it? They just spend 5 minutes on it. And they just blur all out in just a scene, and it's like, oh, here's some development for Yaz, which is nice, but then it just feels so tacked on and lazy. Ryan and his friend, I didn't really catch the mental illness stuff until people were kind of talking about it, and I was kind of like, yeah, actually, that's true, they did kind of do that, but they spend like 3 scenes together, so their relationship isn't strong.
Yeah, see, if all these weird side characters have been in the series in more episodes than just like a couple.
Yes.
Because, for example, like Ryan's friend only appeared in Spyfall Part 1 in like 1 scene at the very start. And then
It was the first scene.
And then Graham's friends only appeared in The Woman Who Fell to Earth, and I think most people would have forgotten them by now.
Yeah. And Graham, I think, is still quite a pretty well-developed character, but that's because I think he was pretty well-developed in Series 11. And even now, it feels like he still gets more than the others. Like, the Grace stuff in the latest episode, and the conversation with the Doctor, while I have my problems with the Doctor kind of being awkward with it, even though Matt Smith in Viz and the Doctor handled it way better with Amy.
Yeah, that's a weird one, isn't it? And like,
yeah,
it's I'm very iffy on it because on one hand,
I like the joke and it's delivered well, but in like the actual context, it's really, really not sitting well with me. Well, the more I think about it,
it's odd because I've seen some different opinions on it, and I'm kind of split a bit because the justification people are giving for it is that they're trying to make the Doctor more alien. But again, this whole thing.
But then the argument, I mean, I would say is that Matt Smith was so alien, but yet he still did that with Amy.
Yeah. But what
I'm trying to
say is that that was the argument. But I'm like, this is the same thing with the Nazi scene from Spyfall Part 2. It's the same thing as Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror when he tells the Skifra that she's gonna burn in hell or whatever it fucking says. Like when her blood spills.
Exactly.
It's the same thing.
Out of nowhere.
And I'm like, why? Why is this happening? What has caused the Doctor to act like this? Because it's not really triggered from something. It's not like they've brought up Gallifrey burning when that happens. It just happens.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure out in my head, like, what's the purpose behind this shift? Like, why is she suddenly starting to not act like she used to? And I'm really interested to find out why, but I just feel like we won't find out. It just feels like Chibnall is trying to make her more edgy and more alien for the sake of it, and not really thinking about, well, why is she more like this? And
what's your reason?
And just with all these characters like the Doctor and the Master, and also just a bunch of these characters, it just feels like this whole era is disconnected from the previous one. They have absolutely no tie to the Moffat era whatsoever. Like, there's no continuity. It's just like a completely different show.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like, I understand not wanting to have to adhere to someone else's continuity, but it just doesn't sit right with me. Like, I've always seen...
It's still a TV show. This is still series 12.
Yeah.
You know?
Because I think the reason why we really get on board with the Doctor being very different between Classic and New Who is because not only was there a gap, but also the Time War was quite a big event.
Yeah.
And it sort of... It kind of explains why the Doctor is so different, whereas here there's nothing. There's no Time War to explain why she's shifted. It just sort of happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's very strange.
Yeah. So, in terms of character, I feel like they're still the same as Series 11, just with a little bit more, but it's not enough to make them actual characters.
Yeah.
Like, I would say they're like 1/3 of a character, Ryan and Yaz.
The one thing I will say, though, is in the non-Chibnall episodes, the banter between the companions and the Doctor is way better in Series 12.
It's way better. Praxius was probably... this might be a very hot take. I think Praxius was the best dialogue we've had in Jodie's era.
Probably. The reason
it was really good.
The reason why is because in Series 11 it was very much, oh, you're all going to be a nice fam and stand in a straight line and be nice to each other. Whereas here they're actually
extended fam.
Yeah, whereas here they're actually acting like young adults, like bantering with each other, like making fun of each other, and I think that works. Like, much better. Look, it works way better than fucking whatever they're doing in Series 11.
Yeah. So, and I guess I'm going to continue with my thoughts. I think the episodes, like I said, I only like 2 episodes from this series. So, Spyfall, I still, even more so now, the more I think about it, it's average. It's really average. It's poor dialogue. It's just so paced poorly. Characters are so iffy. Ryan and Yaz, even though they do more, it's still... it's the villain feels both villains, the Master and Barton, and even the creatures that I keep forgetting the names of, they feel so...
The Kasavan.
Yeah, the Kasavan. They feel like that they're interrupting each other. No, there's no villain that gets the full focus. They all just get pushed to the side for the next, and then for the other, and then the next one. You know? It's just so oddly done. I don't like it. Part 2 is not good. It's people saying that it's better than part 1. I totally disagree. Part 2 is actually a bad episode because of how poorly paced, how it just introduces new characters but never develops them, and then makes it feel like they are actually important characters. The Master Nazi thing really bugs me, like it does for you. It's just... oh, God. And the only good parts about Spyfall as a whole are the music and then the Gallifrey stuff. That's kind of it. And the reveal was good as well. And then you got, obviously, like Orphan 55, which I think, subjectively, I find quite funny to laugh at. And there's actually some decent stuff that I like in it. But it's a pretty poorly paced and poorly made episode. The Nikola Tesla Night of Terror, I think, is great, but the villain is terrible. The villain is very hammy performed, but there's nothing interesting about the villain itself to really make me care about it. What will be next? Oh yeah, the big one. Fugitive of the Judoon. I don't like it. I feel like the more I think about it, the more I don't like it for reasons that I think the dialogue is still pretty messy. The performances in that episode from Joe Martin, from Lee, even the goddamn barista, they're not good. It's just such an odd episode that the more I think about it, the more I think about the episodes I'm iffy on, the more I don't like them. Because I just feel like that the things people are saying that is good about them, I just don't agree, because I think that there's so many stuff about them that is so contrived, that's so poorly paced, poorly written in unnatural ways, that it doesn't feel like they're episodes, that they're all, especially Spyfall and Fugitive of the Judoon, they just feel like they're building up to a moment, and then I don't know how to feel about the moment. You know?
Well, I mean that's the whole structure of the episode is designed to build up to these moments, because it's kind of it's a reveal episode, and for me it's all basically riding on, well, where does this go in the future, because it's revealing something that we don't know what the full context is of yet, so we don't really know how to feel about it.
Yeah, but I also think that the build-up isn't good. I think the Joe Martin stuff, it's so... No, not Joe Martin, sorry, the Roof stuff. The Roof build-up, I don't think is good, because it feels so... Like, for example, when it tries to make you think that Lee is an alien fugitive, it's almost too on the nose. Like, the barista gives a goddamn list of everything that's suspicious about this goddamn character. It's just so...
I mean, the in context of the story, that whole thing was because he was, like, jealous of him.
Yeah, but that's so a caricature. It was so overdone.
Yeah. I mean, all is Ellen. It was definitely a caricature. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, God. And I think Joe Martin in that story isn't good. Like, again, another hot take. I don't think she was a good actress in that episode. I think she was better as the Doctor as she was as Ruth, but as Ruth, she was quite poorly acted. And I think the excuse that, well, I haven't actually heard this, but I imagine some people might say this, that, well, they need to make her not too, like, interesting or, like, too over the top for then to there be a difference in performance with the Doctor. And I feel like that's quite wrong, because I feel like making Ruth an interesting character, or at least well performed, would make the twist better.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
I would say the prime example is Derek Jacobi in Utopia. Because as Professor Yana, he's fucking amazing. He's excellent in that, as both roles.
Mm.
But I mean, obviously you can't really expect people to measure up to Derek Jacobi, because it's
but I still
Derek
expect
Jacobi.
a good performance. Not like of that level, I still expect a good performance, and it doesn't do that.
How do you feel about the fact that Adam likes her because she reminds him of John Pertwee?
Oh, God. I don't get that. Well, no, I guess I kind of do, but I don't get that sort of...
She has the same...
Pertwee charm.
She has the same sass, I would say. And the same...
I guess so.
And the same sort of, like...
I feel like...
tactical aggression, I would say.
Pertwee had charm, though.
Well, I mean, charm is a very subjective thing, really. I mean,
I feel like you could.
It's very person to person, you know. Charm is different.
But I feel like you can give an intention of the character that makes them quite charming with the actor, and I would say that Pertwee's a very charming character.
I don't think that was the intention for the Ruth Doctor, though. I don't think Chibnall wanted to make her charming because she was she was meant to antagonize Jodie's.
And
Doctor.
that's what I'm saying. That it like the comparison to Pertwee is like what I don't get. I don't fully get. Like I kind of get, but it's.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't really speak for Adam, to be honest.
No, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that story, it's not sitting well with me, even without knowing who Ruth is. Yeah, and then obviously we have Praxis, which I liked. It's just ending was quite poor.
A lot of people really didn't like Praxis. It's interesting.
I saw, which is interesting because I felt like the dialogue was really strong. For the characters, at least, not in terms of the plot.
It's probably no surprise considering that Fugitive of the Judoon had so much hype behind it, and then you go to something like Praxis, which is the most average episode that people probably switched off by it.
Yeah, but then I would probably, I guess it's not a fair comparison because of where they're structured, but you go from Utopia to Sound of Drums. Utopia is clearly better, but Sound of Drums is still good.
Yeah.
But I guess the argument is that obviously it's a connected story, and Praxis isn't connected really to Fugitive of the Judoon.
Yes.
But still, you could have a good story after it, and it not be because of how other people think that Fugitive of the Judoon is good.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's... I don't know. I think maybe some people probably thought similarly about Boomtown when it aired, because it came right after the Doctor Dances and before the finale. Mm-hmm. It's possible. I'm not sure.
True. Yeah, but I thought Praxis was good with a pretty bad ending. And then obviously, Can You Hear Me? We kind of discussed it, but it started out quite okay. I don't think the very beginning was that good, but then once the bald guy appeared, I think it was slowly starting to get good, and then it was starting to get really good, and then the woman was released, and then it went to shit.
Sound of Drums is fucking amazing. Yes, Asma, it absolutely is. I cannot wait to review it. I cannot wait to review it. I fucking adore that episode so much.
Yeah.
And one of the main reasons for it is John Sim.
Yeah, John Sim is fucking John Sim is a good master, a great master. Fight me. They probably will when we do EDAR 6.
Possibly.
But yeah. So yeah, overall, I think series 2. I don't know if you've seen my tweet about my thoughts on series 12 going forward, Connor, but I think regardless of the next 3 episodes, I will probably think that series 12 is a bad series. The only way it's not going to be a bad series if the next 3 episodes are like 9s.
Well, what's your definition of bad?
not a lot of good stories, and the arc not feeling that well developed.
Yeah.
Because in terms of development for the arc, we've had nothing since episode 1 in terms of the Timeless Child, and then we've only had 1 episode with Ruth.
I will put in perspective, though, that you don't necessarily have to have the arc throughout the entire thing.
No, but along with that, the episodes around all of that have been quite poor, apart from 2.
Because that would be, like, for example, someone would probably come at you and say, well, Series 4 doesn't have an arc, but the difference with that is the episodes are really good.
Exactly. Well, Series 4 does have an arc, but it's a more background arc, I agree. Like, it's very much, it's not developed on in specific...
The bees are disappearing.
Like, I fully understand that it's not episodes that are integral to the plot of the arc, but it's still developed as we go, slowly and little, but then the episodes... the development of the arc is through Donna, I would say, the most. In every episode, she gets developed more, she becomes more understanding, you know, and that's what makes the ending of... or the last story really good with Donna in Series 4. That's what makes it a great series, is because of the episodes and the art with Donna, and then the whole other art with all the characters and stuff.
And with
With Series 12, and with Rose, yes. With Series 12, not only has the arc not been developed really at all, other than, hey, do you remember the Timeless Child? Hey, do you remember the Timeless Child? Literally, we've had no development on the Timeless Child since episode 2. There's 3 episodes left.
Well, I mean, episode 5 has hinted at it.
But it's not... I'm sure it is connected, but thinking about it in context, the Timeless Child isn't referenced at all in that episode. It's just to do with the Roof Doctor.
I've got a question.
Do you understand what I mean?
Got a bit of a side question. It's to do with the stream. Is there a way I can disable hardware acceleration on Google Chrome, or like get it to work in OBS? Because I'm having a problem where I can't use window capture, and I don't have enough space on my screen to do display capture.
I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna look it up. Anyway, you continue.
Yeah, like I said, I think Series 12 is a bad series as of right now, because not only has there only been 2 good episodes in my mind, the arc hasn't been developed other than the first episode, well, first story technically, and also Fugitive of the Judoon. It's all just been mentioned since then in just like flashbacks, or just everything we know is a lie. You know, just repeating that a lot. It's the only way Series 12 becomes a good series is that if the next 3 episodes are like 9s in terms of ranking rating as a minimum. Any lower than that, it's probably right now Series 12 is like my 4th or 5th bottom like ranked series. The only thing I think are worse are Series 7, 6, 11, and then it's teetering between like above and below Series 8. And so that's sort of how I'm ranking it right now. So yeah, Series 12, I think right now is a bad series of Doctor Who.
Well, there you go.
Don't crucify me.
Yeah, well,
I'm not negative, guys. Don't dislike my stuff.
I mean, it's all. I mean, I think your takes are fair.
Yeah, I do too.
Of course you do. You are the fucking ones that made them.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
but there's nothing wrong with being confident.
Confession. My takes are unfair. I am being unfair, but I will not change my mind. Anyway, I'm about to set up our first video of the day.
Yes.
Once I get this.
What do you guys think of Series 12? Do you agree with me, or do you agree with Connor, or do you think that it's really, really good, or the worst thing ever?
Yeah. Also, it's just going to take me a while to set this up. I'm just going to give any of you an update. Any of you who haven't been on the Twitter, just if you're curious about what I've been doing lately. I was sick a few weeks ago, and to make myself feel better, I pulled out some of my Classic Who DVDs. And ever since then, I caught the bug, and I've been watching a whole bunch of Classic Who since then. So basically, stuff I've been watching is stuff I haven't seen, or stuff that I haven't seen in a while. Like, I would say that there was a whole period about 7 years ago when I watched a bunch of stuff before the 50th anniversary. And I've been watching in order from season 16 onwards, and I've been skipping over the stuff that I've either watched recently or the stuff we're going to be covering in Worst of Classic Who, because I want to save my reactions for that. And the stories I have watched, The Stones of Blood, The Androids of Tara, City of Death, Sharda, Full Circle, State of Decay, Warrior's Gate, The Keeper of Traken, Legopolis, Castrovalva, Kinder, Earthshock, Snake Dance, Mordred Undead, Enlightenment, Frontios, Resurrection of the Daleks, Attack of the Cybermen, and The Mark of the Rani. And I have enjoyed all of them. So there you go. And I've been having a few discussions on Twitter about those, so if any of you aren't on the Twitter, I hope you all should be aware that some of these discussions after I watch these episodes happen over there. Yeah, but I'm very happy because it's just nice to like watch lots of Classic Who and enjoy it. It's really just it really pointed out to me like what is missing from Chibnall's era.
Also, did you like the part when the Doctor banged the screwdriver against the wall so she could catch it in her hands? That was so fucking stupid.
It was weird. It looked like she...
It's so bad.
It looked like she used the Force to pick it up.
Exactly. It looks so bad. It's so bad.
Yeah, again, that was that was something that I didn't like about Can You Hear Me, was the damn sonic screwdriver.
This fucking hell.
Yeah.
Man, the more I think about it, the more I don't like Can You Hear Me.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's probably one of the weaker aspects. That was something that I really didn't like about Demons of the Punjab. I fucking hated how much the Sonic got
She
used
constantly like Sonics, yeah.
Yeah. I'm like in the middle of like a fucking desolate, historical period, and she's like, "Oh, love me sonic screwdriver.
Who am I going to show all the important stuff with?"
Fuck's sake.
Also, did you like the massive buff sloth?
That was so weird. That was straight out of Classic Who, like just a weird monster.
I feel that I was straight out of Series 11.
Probably. But it had that whole Classic Who thing of being a really odd incidental monster that means nothing to the story.
Yeah.
Yeah. The CGI on it was a bit odd.
Yeah. It looked expensive, but quite shit at the same time.
It was very digital,
Oh yeah, it was quite digital.
Yes. When's the next GM mode, by the way?
I don't know. I don't know.
Have you fixed your OBS?
Oh yeah, that's fixed because I've streamed since we tried before.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah, it's annoying because
the only thing that's going to be difficult is that I've obviously started a new job, and it's slowly looking like that I'm going to be doing works during the week as opposed to weekends.
Right.
So we have to probably discuss at some point.
Yeah.
As well.
And I'm also, we probably need to at some point discuss when we're actually going to schedule doing our next reaction series, which is a mystery.
Yeah. Also, if you're trying to scale the video onto a template, use shift and drag to like just stretch out a little bit, and it won't make that much of a difference in terms of the quality.
Oh, okay.
So you can get the full picture, and it'll look fine.
Okay, yeah. In that case, I might just actually no, I will play button.
Yeah.
But yeah, only people on Patreon know what the next reaction series is.
Yeah.
And we did a little preview to it for our Patreon exclusives, and it was very enjoyable, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Only one scene, but it worked well.
Mm-hmm.
And we managed to talk about one scene for 30 minutes.
Exactly, we talked about it for a long time. Yes, Tennant is the best New Who Doctor. He just is.
He's the best Doctor. Full stop.
Yeah.
Don't care what anyone says. I mean, obviously it's subjective, but I'm adamant about that one. Anyway, I'm just gonna quickly look through the chat again because I haven't looked at it in a while. Series 12 has been the definition of average so far. Fair enough. Jacoby is the best master. Zoldy's are fantastic. Jacoby is one of my favourite masters. If you want to know all about the master, go check out the advent calendar, because I believe it was day 22. Adam and I ranked the masters. And it really annoyingly happened right before, like 1 week before Spyfall. So it's kind of redundant now. If you were the showrunner, what would you want to bring to the season? Better jokes.
Good writers.
Oh god, I want to bring back Rob Sherman and Paul Cornell. How about that?
Rob Sherman, Paul Cornell, Toby Whithouse.
If they're up to it, I'd bring back Russell.
Who
and
wrote?
Stephen
Neil Gaiman as well.
Oh, I don't think he would ever want to though, because of Nightmare and Silver.
But I'm saying if we could, I'm assuming it's like we are allowed to bring who we want. If it would be IRG series, who wrote Amy's Choice?
That was Simon Nye. I believe it was his only one.
Simon Nye, I would bring him back.
Yeah, he's only done one story, I believe.
Exactly, and it's a great story. It's the best Matt Smith story.
Well, you didn't even say that when we did the live stream on New Year's, Callum. You said it wasn't even.
Subjectively, I think I love it.
So it's like the
subjectively,
it's like the anti-Eaters of Light, is it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's the Anti-Eaters of Light. Like objectively, 11th Hour is better. It's a good story. Unlike some people thinking that it's worst of all of Who.
Yeah, do you find it funny how Joey hates the 11th Hour?
I do find it funny. I find it hilarious.
And he thinks Series 5's the worst of New Who.
I also find that hilarious.
Yeah.
Man, how could you think that Series 5 is the worst when it has episodes like Amy's Choice, Vincent and the Doctor, the 11th Hour?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure... I'm pretty sure that...
Time of Angels is still pretty good.
Hang on. I'm pretty sure that Amy's Choice... Actually, no, not even that. I'm pretty sure Vincent and the Doctor is the only one that he thinks is great from that series.
I mean... No, that's not correct though.
He likes Amy's Choice, and he likes the Time of Angels, and he likes the Pandorica Opens. But apart from
I am 100% one day going to do an unbridled praise on Amy's Choice.
Probably
it's that damn fucking good.
But I know that he hates the 11th Hour. He doesn't like the Beast Below or Victory of the Daleks or Flesh and Stone.
Beast Below is fine. It's fine.
I mean, I think the fucking themes are too heavy in it. And Liz 10.
Yes, I also think it's too early in Matt's run.
Yeah, it's just Beast Below's a weird episode.
Second episode, I'm gonna leave Amy back on Earth because she's an asshole.
I mean, she kind of is sometimes.
She is. I think in Series 5 she's quite where she's at her most arsehole-ish, but that kind of actually does make sense.
Oh yeah, it certainly makes sense, but I think it's maybe just a bit too like on the nose.
I completely agreed, Asmat. It's right behind Series 4 for me. Series 5, it's fantastic.
I mean,
it's good.
I mean,
it's really good.
I mean, I'll give it a chance again when I watch it with Jake, but I don't know. I've never really understood why people love it, to be honest.
Because it's well written, for the most part.
It's got 3 really good episodes in it for me, but apart from that, I don't really get it. Like, individual episodes, yeah. It's the same thing with Series 6, with individual episodes, except the lower episodes in Series 5 are better than Series 6. But I don't really understand what's so great about the arc or the finale. Like, I don't understand it. It's a fun finale, but what's so great about it compared to, say, like, fucking the Russell T Davies finales, the Dr. Falls? I don't really get what makes it as good as those. It's just weird, you know? And then you look at the actual episodes that I'm not too keen on, like Beast Below, Victory of the Daleks, Vampires of Venice, The Hungry Earth, Cold Blood, The Lodger. Like, they're just either like really average or really bad. So I don't know. I just don't get it. Don't really get it. And I'm not so keen on the Angel 2-parter either. I think that's massively overrated.
I think it's good, but I don't think it's like fantastic.
Yeah,
I think
know.
it's
same.
I think it's good.
Well, same. But like, what? With all that said, like, what makes Series 5 like your second best of New Who? Seriously.
Because I think it's a very good example of how to do a fairy tale story in a TV series. I would say so.
Yeah, but is it how is that better than like Series 1, 3, and like even 2?
But then they're not fairy tale stories, I would say.
Well, but what's better about it though? Why do you put it above?
About Series 5?
Yeah, why do you put it above those 3?
I would have to. I think, like, I remember like really liking it, and I think it's a really good. There was a really decent run of episodes. I think the quality of the performances and writing is very good. Even in some of the meh episodes, I think Matt Smith is still pretty good in those stories.
He's pretty good in it, but I would argue David Tennant's better in Series 3.
I think also what it does for Amy's character as well is really good.
Is it though?
I think, yeah, because I think like in the first half, up until Hungry Earth, I think how she slowly becomes more appreciative of Rory, especially in Amy's Choice. That's why I really love that episode. It's one of the reasons why.
I know
the development in that is very good.
That episode,
and then that
fantastic.
getting taken away from her is a very killing blow. But then at the end, where she remembers it and then appreciates Rory like more and wants to then marry him, which they do, because she was so teetering on if she wanted to do it now or later. But then she decides, no, I want to do it now because this man is amazing. I think that's a very satisfying story, and I think it's very well told.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that part of it's fine. That's not the problem I have with it.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I think Amy's Choice is fantastic.
You're more thinking that the overall episodes are quite overrated. I think
they are though. They're just not very good.
And I think I'm getting that. I think that's what your problem with it is. That you think that it's, and I understand. You think the episodes are just a bit too praised.
Yeah, I don't really get it. I don't really get what's so great about the Angel 2-parter and the finale 2-parter. I just don't understand. Like, they're good stories, but are they really like top 10? I just don't understand that. It's very weird.
I don't think, like, for example, I don't think Series 4 has every episode. I don't think is the top tier, but I think a lot of them are very good, and then there's some really good ones, and then you've got the characters being developed very well. I would say the same for Series 5.
Yeah, but I don't see... Like, I understand why you like Series 5. I don't understand why you think it's better than Series 1 and 3. That's where I find it odd.
I do like the fairy tale aspect on it, and I think it's quite a different take that I really appreciate that Moffat does. He does it very well. I think it's, to be fair, I put Series 1, 5 and 4 on very like balanced in terms of how good they are. I would just edge Series 5. I think why it edges it is because, one, I think Amy's Choice is very, like, I think it's Matt Smith's best episode, and I think it's his best story.
Yeah, but compare
His
that to
performance
something
and
like
story.
when you
And
yeah, but,
I
yeah, but
think the
about,
character
like,
arcs are very good.
Series 1 has episodes like Dalek, Father's Day, The Empty Child, Doctor Dances, and Bad Wolf Parting the Ways. Like, do they not compare in the same vein to episodes like Amy's Choice, Vincent and the Doctor, and The 11th Hour? In fact, there's even
I
more
would
of
say
them.
I would say that they're quite equal.
Yeah, I
I'd
know.
put them all on quite
I
equal
know, but what
grounds.
I'm saying is that there's more of them in Series 1, and there's a great Doctor, a great companion, and a great story arc that pays off. You've got characters like Captain Jack. When you look at the undercard episodes of Series 1, stuff like Boomtown and Rose, and Aliens of London, I think those work way better than the undercut episodes in Series 5 because they actually have really good characters in them. Like, for example, like Aliens of London is so good for the companions and for the overall characters and the overall story of Russell's era, whereas something like The Time of Angels, I just don't get it. Like, when I look at Amy Pond and River Song in those episodes and all of the side cast, I just don't care. Like, they're just so, like, they're just there. There's no heart to it. It's literally just an episode that's all about the production style. It's all about the horror and the weeping angels and, like, the weird concept, but there's no heart to it. There's no characters. Whereas with Series 1, I feel like in every single episode, there's so much rich character drama, and it's beautiful. And that's why I probably like it more.
Yeah, I do think at some point I'm gonna.
I also don't think there's any episodes in Series 1 that I would think are poor. Like, even the long game I think is okay. Whereas, like, in Series 5, episodes like Victory of the Daleks, Vampires of Venice, and even the Silurian two-parter I think are really poor. Like, quite badly written. So I don't know. I just don't see how you could justify Series 5 being better. I just don't.
I think at some point I'm going to rewatch Series 1 and 5 because I'm really interested to see if because right now I say I prefer Series 5 just very slightly, like very slightly. I do think I have to rewatch Series 1 and 5 and then I think really define which I think is like better, because I think if I watch those two back to back fresh in my mind, I could then have probably a very clear answer of why which is better than the other.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I also don't see, like, I also, like, just another thing, like, I don't know, like, as good as Matt Smith is in Series 5, I don't see how someone could say he's better than, like, Christopher Eccleston is in Series 1 or how David Tennant is in Series 3. Personally, I just don't see that. And also, like I said before, like, the finale, I cannot understand how someone could justify the Big Bang being as good as the Parting of the Ways, but that might just be me. For me, they're not even on the same level. Like, it's not even close. Like, the Big Bang for me is good tier, but it's like sort of 7.5 range, whereas Parting of the Ways is like a bona fide 10. So, I don't know. So, I don't know. It's odd. I've never really gelled with, even as a kid, I never really gelled with Series 5 the same way it does for other people. And it might just be because I have such a high preference for character-focused writing. And I just feel like in Series 5, it's so bare minimum. It's all there, but it's not enough. And it focuses so much on, like, the style of the series, and it doesn't really do what I want with it, you know?
I would probably say that it focusing on the star more than the characters, I would say that's more Series 6 and 7. I don't think Series 5 is like that.
Well, I mean, that's like the extreme example, though.
Yeah, true.
Series 7, like, there's literally, it's like 1% characters, all style. You know? That's like when it goes into complete overdrive. Like, because the thing is, I still enjoy Series 5. But, like, Series 7, that's at the point where I don't even enjoy it anymore. That's at the point where it's actually bad.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah. Anyway. We've probably rambled on a bit too long.
Healthy debates.
Yes. but I think this debate will come back again at some point.
We've already been going for like about an hour.
Yeah, we should probably crack on to our first
Alright guys, this is William. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Oh no, it's this guy.
MrTARDIS reviews. This is from ages ago. It's a very old video.
I can tell because he's got a fish in the background.
Oh god, yeah, that's not a thing anymore, is it? Like, no one ever has pet fish anymore, do they?
Yeah, I guess.
Yes, I agree, Comrel. Series 10 is underrated. It's actually quite enjoyable. It's very consistent.
I remember, like, not long ago, before you obviously rewatched it, you said like, "Oh, I don't really like. There's some stuff I don't like, but it's pretty good." Now you're like, "Yeah, it's really good," and I agree.
What, are we talking about Series 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched Thin Ice again, and I didn't like it as much. That's what I meant.
Because would you say would you say you don't like it now, or that you do like it?
Oh no, I still like it, but not as much as I did when I first watched it.
Okay.
But on the contrast,
I honestly had the opposite reaction.
On the contrast to that, though, other episodes went up, like Smile, Knock Knock, Extremis, and Empress of Mars. All of those went, and also Eaters of Light. Well, not to an extent. I still don't really like Eaters of Light, but all those episodes went up in my mind. And I also don't hate Lie of the Land as much as I did. Like, I still hate the ending, but I think the first half is not as bad as I remember it being. I think the biggest problem with it the first time I watched it was because the trailers teased a regeneration. Like, that was a massive mistake. I really don't like it when marketing fucks up an episode. Like, it's the same thing with Daleks in Manhattan. Like, I hate how they advertised the Daleks before they showed them.
Yeah.
It would have been so much better if when they come down in the elevator, that's a surprise.
Yeah.
Because that's what I'm going to do with Jake when he watches that episode. I'm not going to show him the title.
Turn your head. Turn your head.
Turn my head.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that's what you're going to say to him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's because I do. It's what I do with Rise of the Cybermen.
Yeah, exactly. And he'll think that it's going to be a really big episode, and I would say it's very very big on the Dalek aspect of the story, but it's not like the Dalek stories before then, where they were big, momentous, deep stories.
Have I missed something?
What do you mean?
Wait, what are you talking about?
Just Dalek stories, and how I think he'll probably perceive when he first sees the Daleks in Daleks Manhattan.
Right. Yeah.
He'll probably I imagine because of the way you're doing. You'll hide the title away, and he'll think, "Oh shit, it's the Daleks. This is going to be a really big story."
Honestly, one thing I got to say, every person that I've shown that story to, I've hidden the title, and every single one that I hid the title from, they liked the story. So I do think it makes a difference.
What's the scariest episode of the show? Midnight.
There's different genres of horror. In terms of psychological horror, Midnight is definitely the scariest. Midnight,
and then mental scariness. Word Enough for Time is a good shout.
Yeah, Word Enough for Time is quite graphic.
I recently watched that with my brother, who doesn't care about the show, and even he's liked it. Yeah. From what I gathered.
Waters of Mars is a good shout too. That's just an overall brilliant story.
Honestly, when Rags talked about Midnight and Waters of Mars on EFAP, I was just like, man, spread my legs now.
Yeah. When I was a kid, the Weeping Angels were quite scary because of the jumps.
Yeah, Blink is a good one.
Not just the statues themselves, because they're quite the eyes are very empty, but also the jump scares worked. These days the jump scares don't work as well because I know they're coming, and I'm also not as sensitive to jump scares as other people are. And the reason why I love Blink is actually a lot more to do with the concept of how they travel through time rather than their horror aspect. Which is why the Time of Angels kind of pisses me off a bit, because they changed it so that they kill them rather than transport them through time. But anyway, that is neither here nor there. Night Terrors.
Cromwell, Night Terrors scared you?
I mean, the doll transformation is scary, but apart from that, I don't see.
It's shit.
Yeah.
Apart from that, it's shit.
Oh yeah, the Empty Child. I forgot about that one.
Oh yeah, Empty Child is very good.
Yeah.
In terms of scares.
Yeah.
It's very good.
The scene where the mask goes through.
It's a great two-parter, despite what Jake says.
The scene where the guy's Dr. Constantine's mask comes through his face is probably
so fucking good.
It's probably the most graphic scene in all of Doctor Who. It's so yuck.
It's great. Yeah. It's so disgusting and really cool.
Anyway, we better get on with this because this is a 26-minute review.
Shit.
Yeah. So, we are going to be watching Mr. TARDIS's review of Dinosaurs on a Spaceship.
This should be fun.
This was requested from Azmat Mahmood. I'm interested to see. So what I know about Mr. TARDIS, I know that his opinions on Doctor Who quite a lot of the time tend to be very different to mine. I'm pretty aware that I know that his favourite Doctor is Peter Davison. I know that Matt Smith is his favourite New Who Doctor, and I know that he really likes Series 11. So he's quite different to me. I know he's very critical of Russell T Davies' era as well. So, of
course he is.
Yeah. So we'll have
Me and him had a bit of a Twitter argument a couple months back about MauLer. Funnily enough.
Yeah.
And then some girl on Twitter kept calling me a man baby.
Oh dear.
She was a sexist, if you ask me.
From what I know of Mr. TARDIS reviews, considering that he is a fan of Chibnall and Moffat, and considering Dinosaurs in a Spaceship was written by Chibnall, and it's in Moffat's era with Matt Smith, I've got a funny feeling he probably likes it.
Wait, why are you watching this? I only found out now that this is the story, a video we're going to watch.
Yeah, it was requested by Azmat.
I guess we are going to torture ourselves. Because I have a feeling that he's going to like it. I think he likes Dinosaurs on the Spaceship.
Yeah, the other thing is that I don't want to get too much into this, but he's very outspoken about his views. And I just find him a little bit like uncomfortable, and it's a little bit scary. Like I don't really.
A bit like Movie Bob.
What's the sexiest moment of Doctor Who? Well, it's certainly not the end of Flesh and Stone, I can say that.
It's Perry in Planet of Fire.
Oh, no, what about Turlo in Planet of Fire?
Oh.
No. The sexiest moment in Doctor Who is...
Turlo in Frontios. And he's just like...
Tractators! No, the sexiest moment in Doctor Who is when Captain Jack wants to fuck Chantho.
Mm-hmm.
Hey there, Blue.
Maybe let it Blue. Chen, I do not protest. No.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, well, shitty dinosaurs on spaceships.
Yeah, let's begin.
Alright guys, this is William. Yes, I'm just going to speak directly for a minute. I just wanted to thank everybody for coming in droves for my review of Asylum of the Daleks. So thanks a lot for watching that. But it may also interest you to know that... Go away. It may also interest you to know that To Entertain, the BBC DVD company, occasionally throw me a bone and send me some DVDs to review. I've got 3 here, and I reviewed one of them last week. That was Blackout, starring Christopher Eccleston, of course, the 9th Doctor, and Andrew Scott, who played Moriarty in Sherlock. So if that interests you, then I would really, really appreciate it if you could check out that review. Because, you know, the more people see it, the more it gets spread around, the more likely that To Entertain will send me more stuff for me to review. And one of these DVDs here is, in fact, a Doctor Who classic story. So, for those of you who are begging me to review a classic series story, maybe if you watch Blackout, I may find myself with time to do this. Yes, that's horrible, but that's who I am. But anyway, yes, also BBC have invited me to a press event on Thursday in London, the big British Christmas. Get it, BBC? They've invited me to that, and I should be shown a lot of the Christmas BBC merchandise. So I'll be taking my camera along.
This
and all
2009
that,
Nostalgia Critic audio and video quality is great.
On Twitter, just letting you know how it all goes. So expect a video on that sometime next week. And to prepare for it, I've even got little business cards. Look, I've got business cards with my name on in case I forget who I am.
Jesus.
That's very helpful, as that does happen. But anyway, so yeah, that's all from me.
Is it just me, or does he seem like he's in like an episode of Doctor Who written by Moffat in the way he talks?
Well, I mean, who Eirich used to do that a lot?
Thursday at Trilby Reviews. And yeah, enjoy my review of Dinosaurs on a Spaceship. And don't forget to watch Blackout, that's in the description below. So yeah, that's all from me, and I shall see you guys next time. Alright guys, this is
Here we
MrTARDIS.
go.
Oh my god.
Welcome to MrTARDIS Reviews. Now let me tell you about a trend that's been happening a lot in films recently. You see, a big part of making movies is making sure your product is marketed well. As a result, many films nowadays try to sell the movie just from the title. Films like Snakes on a Plane, Mega Shark vs. Giant Octopus, Cowboys and Aliens and others. What's interesting to note is that the best thing about those movies I just mentioned are the titles.
Oh god, hang on,
because the
pause.
filmmakers just...
I just got massive flashbacks to the Series 7 posters from seeing this.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of
A Town Called
A
Mercy.
Town Called Mercy.
Yeah. And I've got a funny feeling that he's going to start praising this idea. And I'm like, oh no. No, this is the reason why Series 7 didn't work.
It's because of this.
Yeah. He's quoting shitty Matt Smith jokes. Well, that makes sense.
slap together a product with no heart and no sense of fun that the material requires. But just recently, it seemed like we were finally starting to get movies that had awesome titles and were also awesome movies. But unfortunately, audiences started to catch on to the fact that these movies weren't supposed to be good and stopped showing up, just as they started to get good. How ironic.
Let's go and see how Vampire was rated.
Yeah, I just want to say something. This is something that's been very consistent with him. For some reason, MrTARDIS Reviews has this idea that like ratings and how much money you make are like a really big factor in terms of the quality of the film. I think that is not a fair measurement because there are independent films that make fuck all money that are like R18 that only like people with a stomach can watch it, and they are considered of high quality.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So is he saying right now that this movie, Vampire Hunter, is a good movie?
I think he's saying that people didn't like it, that's why it didn't make money. I don't know.
But didn't he say that just when the films were getting good? Let's rewind it.
He's saying that I think what he's saying is that the films that aren't doing this stereotype didn't turn out well.
Okay.
But just recently, it seemed like we were finally starting to get movies that had awesome titles and were also awesome movies. But unfortunately, audiences started to catch on to the fact that these movies weren't supposed to be good and stopped showing up.
Well, he's displaying the domestic or worldwide box office for this film. So I think he's saying that is good. But because people didn't show up, it didn't do well, even though these films were getting good, like this one.
Right. I think the visual storytelling in this video is not making it very clear what he's trying to say.
Well, he's got a really poorly designed sad face in the corner. So yeah, that film got a 5.9 on IMDb, 34% on Rotten Tomatoes, and 42% on Metacritic. Yeah. Obviously, sometimes you don't obviously need to take those seriously, but it at least wasn't rated well by people. Yeah, so I have no context if it's good or not.
So that's why I'm thinking he's trying to say that this film isn't good. Like I think he is saying that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit confusing.
Yeah.
Just as they started to get good. How ironic. So, does the latest episode of Doctor Who fall into this trap? Well, let's take a look at... Dinosaurs!
Oh, God.
On a spaceship!
Oh,
hey, no. Connor, isn't that... No.
Sorry, what were you going to say?
What was that? I was really like, look, he said the thing, Connor. He said it.
See, that is why Matt Smith is not one of my favorite Doctors.
Dinosaurs on a
you compare him from series 5 to that, it's not even the same person.
Yeah, it's not.
He devolves so much. Ugh. In fact, I would even say this is a contender for Matt Smith's worst, as the Doctor. He's so annoying in this one. This, he's pretty bad in. Doctor in the Wardrobe, he's really bad in. Nightmare in Silver, he's really bad in. He's pretty bad in Night Terrors as well. And Let's Kill Hitler.
Yeah.
Probably those 5 are the worst for him. And this is one of them.
What the hell is this?
I'm gonna pause it right there.
What is this? What is this picture that I am seeing,
I
Connor?
need to give myself time to think.
Is that meant to be him running away? Oh, it is, I think. It's him running away from a dinosaur.
But who is there?
That's him, I think, because of the hat.
What hat?
Did you not see the hat?
Oh, the hat. Is that meant to be the Fez?
I guess.
Why is the Doctor... Wait. Is this... Hang on.
No, this is meant to be him, the reviewer, MrTARDIS.
Oh, fuck.
I think.
Sorry, I didn't realise. Why is he black?
I don't know. Is that actually meant to be him? I'm assuming he is.
Vinnie Harris. 11th Hour, Big Bang, and The Name of the Doctor is where he was at his best. And also probably...
11th Hour, Amy's Choice.
God Complex.
And Vincent and the Doctor.
God Complex.
God Complex
and
as well.
The Name of the Doctor, his acting in there is beautiful. Weirdly comes right after Nightmare in Silver, where it's terrible.
Yeah, where he's Mr. Clever. Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. I think I know why, though. I think it's probably because he knew this was when John Hurt was going to come in, so he had to really step up.
Yeah.
Did you really say it was Trenzalore? Love that scene. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, hot take. I think this... I don't know how many people I'm going to piss off when I say this. I think I like Peter Davison's Doctor more than Matt Smith's now.
Ooh.
Yeah. Just after watching I've been watching a lot of Davison lately, and I think I prefer him to Matt Smith. He's way more consistent.
Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah. He's especially good in season 21.
Once I see more Davison, I'll probably discuss that more.
Yeah, when I watched Frontios and Resurrection of the Daleks, and he's great in those. He's so good in those. The scenes in front, there's scenes in Frontios where he's channeling Tom Baker. The one where there's those people coming in to escort him out, and he's it's so funny. And I fucking love
when he leaves Tegan for dead is pretty hilarious.
Oh jeez, I fucking love what was I gonna say? I fucking love the scene when the TARDIS disappears, and he's like, "Oh, you're going to shoot me, are you? Well, you better get on with it." It was great.
Well, if you are going to shoot me, you better get on with it.
And you, shit, Callum, you haven't seen Resurrection of the Daleks, have you?
No.
Oh, damn. Well, there's a line in that, and there's a whole scene in that episode from near the end of it where he is phenomenal. And it really
honestly the 3 stories that I've seen so far with Davison, and I guess 5 Doctors as well. I like him. I actually quite like him.
Cromwell's gonna unsub because I put him above Matt Smith. Don't get me wrong. I think Matt Smith has some really strong points, but I don't know. I think
Master
his
Death
just fucking,
in Planet of Fire.
Like Matt Smith's just painful cringe comedy in series 6 and 7 is so bad that I just feel like I just don't ever really want to watch those episodes because I just know I'm just gonna really hate his sense of humor. Whereas with Peter Davison, like in something like Arc of Infinity, he is really dull, but when the writing is there for him, in episodes like Earthshock and Resurrection Caves of Androzani, he is so good as the Doctor. He's one of those actors where it all depends on how the story is written, and I think that's a good way to test a writer, is so that, you know, the test of the quality is that when the story is good, the Doctor is good, and I think that I appreciate that about Davison. Whereas with Matt Smith, he sort of takes over the story, and I just fucking... the comedy in his era is just the worst for me. It's so horrible. I mean, it maybe not quite as bad as some of Chibnall's jokes, like the Wi-Fi joke from Resolution. That's probably the worst joke in all Doctor Who. But, I don't know, I just can't stand it. I cannot stand when Matt Smith's Doctor gets, like, too silly, and it's, for me, worse than when Davison's boring. So yeah, and I used to put Davison below him because of like the lack of strength, but once I rewatched a whole bunch of Davison stories recently, I sort of started to realize what strength his Doctor has, and I think they are really strong. Like his character arc is one of the best. Like I would say,
I honestly like the way, like for example, it's very small, but I like the way he like delivers lines. I think his presence. Not like big presence, but the way he just like conducts himself, I actually really quite like. From what I've seen so far.
Yeah.
I don't know. I weirdly think I might actually really like Davison. The more I think about it.
Yeah, it's just that.
Same with Colin Baker as well.
Oh, Colin Baker's fucking great. I love Colin Baker. But
honestly, I have a feeling that even if like I know there'll probably be bad stories that I won't like, but honestly, like even like his decent stories, I imagine I actually have a feeling that he actually might be a really good Doctor to me.
Oh, hell yeah. I love Colin Baker. I watched Attack of the Cybermen and Mark of the Rani last night, and he was so good in those. He's so fucking hilarious. Like that, man, that's a funny Doctor. Not this Matt Smith bullshit. Colin Baker, that's a funny Doctor. Anyway, let's get on with the video.
Welcome to Jurassic Park. I haven't watched Jurassic Park in ages.
I haven't watched it ever.
After an unseen adventure in Egypt,
God!
Nefertiti,
I forgot about this!
Steel, the Doctor is informed by the Indian Space Agency that a ship the size of Canada is on a collision course with the Earth. They order the Doctor to go on board the spaceship and discover what it is before they fire missiles at it to prevent disaster.
Oh my god, yeah, that's what the plot is. I completely forgot that's what the plot is. They send him onto the ship. Honestly, I've completely forgotten about Dinosaurs on a spaceship.
God, it's so fucking
I don't
terrible.
remember anything from it.
Oh, I hate this episode so much. He literally just, in like 5 minutes, like gathers this group, not even 5 minutes, probably like 2 minutes. He gathers this random group of people together, like Rory's dad, this weird Egyptian queen, and some like weird hunter. It's so bizarre.
The Doctor picks up Riddle, a hunter on the African plains, played by the one, the only Rupert Graves.
And he was
wasted.
wasted.
The Doctor also picks up Amy and Rory by materialising around the
I have to say, I do, to give this episode credit, I do like the fact that the TARDIS materializes around Rory's dad trying to fix a light bulb. That is pretty funny.
That is pretty funny.
Yeah.
That's probably one of Chibnall's best jokes he's ever written.
Blimey, get a girlfriend, Jeff. Yeah, that one's good.
That one's also very good.
But that's series 5.
Oh, and delete your browser history. Or internet history.
Well, I feel like that one gets taken a bit too far when we get to Peter Capaldi.
Yeah, but then it's not that one's fault, it's just
Twice Upon a Time, the first Doctor's on the Sonic Skull glasses. He's like, what's browser history? Well, aren't all women made of glass, in a way?
Sexist.
Speaking of sex,
let's make the first Doctor sexist. But even then, I don't hate Twice Upon a Time. I think putting it in the bottom 20, I think is kind of
it should
odd.
It just shouldn't exist. That's it. That's the thing. It's just an episode that shouldn't.
Yeah,
exist.
it definitely just shouldn't exist. But I think the parts I actually quite like. I think Capaldi's performance is very good. I think the music.
The only criticism I have with Capaldi is the fact that he got to write his own lines in his regeneration, and the lines he writes are terrible. The children can hear your name. The fuck does that mean?
But let's be honest, the best part about Twice Upon a Time is Murray Gold doing a final sprint of going through all of his hit classics.
And Mark Gatiss.
When Brian and Joey talked about that in Twice Upon a Time, I was like, I mean, does he not get the privilege of, because it's his last episode, to get to do that?
10 series, come on. You gotta let him have one episode that means absolutely nothing.
And surely. The music that he reuses, they're done really well. Like Doomsday, when that's reused.
Actually, no. I fucking love Vale Eunice when they have the first Doctor regenerate.
Yeah. It actually fits really well. That and Doomsday in the episode. That scene with the first Doctor and the Doctor talking about regeneration is actually might be my favourite scene from the episode.
I felt more emotional when I first watched it for the first Doctor's regeneration than the 12th Doctor's, and that had already happened in the 10th planet.
I was quite emotional for both.
Yeah, the thing is with Capaldi is I think it was just... it would have worked way better if it happened at the end of the Doctor Falls. I would have felt the impact more, but because they kind of cooled off by that point, I was just like, I'll just fucking get on with it.
I actually agree. I think the slap bottom line is pretty hilarious.
And also, oh my god, imagine how massive that cliffhanger would have been in the Doctor Falls had there been a female Doctor and it hadn't been announced.
Yeah.
Just imagine that. Imagine how amazing that would have been had he regenerated into a woman at the end of the Doctor Falls and we had no idea who the new Doctor was.
Best regeneration story? I guess for the ones I've seen... Probably Bad Wolf and Pie in the Ways.
So, in terms of what is my favourite story that features a regeneration, it's the War Games. But what story handles regeneration the best, it's the Caves of Androzani. And then for nostalgic reasons, Bad Wolf Pie in the Ways is in that group too. All three of those are in my top 10. So, there you go. I also really like Night of the Doctor, but that doesn't really count.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of regeneration stories I really like too. Anyway, we're getting distracted.
Yes. However, he accidentally picks up Rory's dad, Brian, played by one of my favourite comedic actors, Mark Williams. The Doctor and his new gang discover dinosaurs on the spaceship, and it's up to them to try and figure out what is going on, survive the dinosaurs, turn the ship around, and thwart the villainous Solomon, played by David Bradley.
Oh, it's the first Doctor.
Now, if you couldn't tell by that description, Dinosaurs on a Spaceship has a lot going on.
Why can't he use the same mic for this? Why is it's so jarring when there are creators that do this? They use two different sets of audio quality.
It's because he probably doesn't have a way to prop up his mic when he's in this position.
I get that, but then why not just make the whole episode voiceover?
Probably firstly copyright, and secondly he's a presenter. He wants to present himself to the camera.
I guess.
He's trying to do it like a news reporter. Like, you got to put in perspective, right? He was one of the very first people to do this for Doctor Who, and he was doing this when the episode was airing. So he's been around for ages. So I think he can sort of do whatever the fuck he wants. Like, he's got his own style. Anyway.
And it's because of this that the episode has a breakneck pace. See, what's worked about Chris Chibnall's script...
No, the reason why this episode has a breakneck pace is because it has 1 billion ideas in it, and it's in Series 7. And it's 45 minutes. It doesn't have any time to flesh out any of its ideas. It's literally just a fucking scramble of shit. And that's why it's really, really bad. on top of being cringe as well. And also the fact that the Doctor acts like a 5-year-old for the whole thing, and then at the very end kills Solomon in cold blood.
Yeah.
The fact that the worst thing about the Doctor's morality in A Town Called Mercy is the fact that it comes after Dinosaurs on a Spaceship, where it's completely fucking weird and ruined. That it really annoys me, like about Series 7 in a sequence. The fact that my favorite episode from it is ruined by the one that comes right before it, because the arc itself doesn't make any sense. It's only effective in a very singular episode. But the Series 7A arc of the Doctor losing his control is not handled well overall. Probably because Moffat was way too busy. Anyway.
In the past, which is something I think not many people pick up on, and is the reason he is so underrated by fans of the series, is that he's able to change the focus and the tone of his scripts to prevent things from becoming dull, but he doesn't lose sight on the overall big picture. 42 spends half of the episode as a paint-by-numbers slasher horror story, a pretty good one, but it's still basic and formulaic. No. However, when it gets to the halfway point and the Doctor finds himself corrupted by the living sun...
That's not the halfway point, that's the penultimate moment of the episode. It's not halfway through.
Is he trying to say that 42 is better or Dinosaurs on the Spaceship's better?
I think he's trying to say that the way that Chibnall structures his episodes is very good.
Oh.
And no, that's not the case. 42 is a very jumbled mess. The only good things about 42 are the set design. And the way that it looks like it's really hot.
I don't like the way the Doctor is characterized necessarily, but I like the performance.
Humans, you've wasted everything.
And I like Martha a lot in 42. She's the best part, definitely. Even though like the whole fucking the fact that the Doctor literally presses a button or pulls a lever for her to come back, that's silly. I like the phone call itself. That Russell T.
Yes.
That Russell T. sprinkled
that
in there.
Russell
and
did.
It's so obviously not a Chibnall scene because it's so just... It's...
Yeah.
The dialogue is so much better in that scene than the rest of the episode.
No, 42 is not good. It's not.
I mean, I'm sort of indifferent on it. I don't really care. It's very
I just think... it's skippable, but it's like... I feel like that there are... It's just... I'd have to rewatch it and then go fully in-depth on why I think it's terrible.
It's not well written, and it's very vanilla.
No.
But I don't...
Like,
but on a personal level, like on a you're talking before about like subjective, it doesn't like annoy me like other episodes do. It's just kind of there in terms of my subjective enjoyment.
Yeah. My feelings have gone down since like watching Series 11 and then rewatching this. Like I've mentioned this before and to you, like you notice stuff now because after watching Series 11, like the example, when the fucking Doctor has to have the last say of the scene for a comedic effect, that showed him. It's the same thing that Jodie would do.
Yeah. Though having said that, it would still be worse if it was Jodie doing it because it's David Tennant. It's still
it would be the worst. It might be the worst episode ever if Jodie and Yaz and Ryan and Graham were in it.
Oh god, wait! I mean, it would be the fucking Saranga conundrum, wouldn't it?
Exactly. It'd be a really hot Saranga conundrum.
Oh yeah. I mean, you said that it would be, but it literally exists because the Saranga conundrum is literally 42 with that team.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually have. I watched the nitpicks video on Chris Chibnall on his every stories made.
Cromwell, it's funny how you said he liked it because it took place in real time, but then he watched our video and realized it actually doesn't.
It's not. Chibnall was a hack. But if someone like say that the score in the 42 is great, I mean
it's recycled.
The score in almost exactly.
I mean, a lot of it's all the strange creatures. I think.
Exactly, and it's used in Utopia as well, so it's not unique to this episode.
I mean, Utopia is... Oh, actually, no. I'm not sure if you said this or not. I think did you say that one of the positives was the production of 42?
Yes.
Yeah, because Graham Harper directs it, and the direction is beautiful in 42.
Yes.
It's so good.
Shame that is a poorly written episode.
Yeah. Because I think I said on Twitter recently, there was some comment I had. It was a conversation between Joey and Mason about Joey was asking, like, what's the first episode of New Who that has 45-minute syndrome? And they said the Lazarus Experiment, and I said to them, I love Series 3, I love almost all of it. However, the one thing that I would do to change it is that I would cut out 42 and I would make Lazarus Experiment a two-parter. I think that's literally the only thing I'd do, because if they did that, it honestly might be my favourite series. Because that's the one problem I have with it, is that Lazarus Experiment is too rushed and 42 doesn't need to exist. Because apart from that, I really like Series 3. Anyway, let's move on with this video about dinosaurs on a spaceship.
That's when things get interesting and the tension ratchets up. The Hungry Earth starts off as a village under siege from an underground threat story, but by the time Cold Blood starts, it becomes a morality game about these two owners of the Earth.
Yeah, and it's, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, Callum, but the Hungry Earth and Cold Blood is kind of like Doctor Who's Force Awakens, because it's literally a copy and paste of a classic Who story, but not done anywhere near as well. Because, like, Doctor Who and the Silurians is a fucking brilliant story. It's amazing. It's got its third Doctor and Unit story from season 7. It's a 7-parter. The moral dilemma is beautiful. It's the entire message around it is about, like, savages, tribalism, and, like, racism. And it's done so subtly and so well, and all of the characters' justifications are... Like, the fact that the Brigadier is justified for terrorizing the Silurians, that says something about the story. It's amazing. And then you get the Hungry Earth and Cold Blood, which is literally the exact same story, but shit. And you compare, like, the performance of John Pertwee in Silurians to Matt Smith in Hungry Earth, it's not even close. Not even close.
No.
Last week that I liked Chris Chibnall's script, Kiss Me Like You Mean It, and that follows the exact same format. The first act has this guy trying to get with this girl in front of a pub, whereas the second act follows two completely different characters in a completely different location, and then the two stories intertwine. It's this constantly evolving dynamic that prevents his scripts from ever getting dull, whether they're good or bad.
Well, I mean, I know he made it in 2012, but in hindsight, that does not age well.
No.
Because Chris Chibnall is known for having dull scripts.
Yeah, like the episode he's showing right now.
And the reason why, and I need to very specifically point out what he's saying about this. The reason why it's dull is because whilst Chibnall knows how to structure a story, he doesn't know how to make it interesting. He's not a charismatic person. He doesn't know what makes things funny. He doesn't know what makes things charming. He doesn't know how to make endearing characters. He doesn't really know how to add spice and quirk to the show. It's all just very professional, structured writing, and there's also some problems when his writing gets incompetent. It is dull, because he's not a very, interesting person. That's kind of the problem with Chris Chibnall. And the reason why something like Broadchurch works best for him is because it's a show made for adults. So he has this leeway to really hit hard with, like, quiet, mature themes. It's the same thing with Torchwood as well, though sometimes he kind of botched that as well. Whereas with something that's family-friendly, he doesn't actually have the talent to really show off his skills when it comes to being charming, because he just isn't a very charming person. His strength is just is diabolical, like pain and loss, not sci-fi. So I can understand why he likes the structure of Chibnall's episodes, but I think that there is definitely something missing in them when it comes to the actual content itself. And quite often, I find the better Chibnall episodes are carried by the director or the performances in it. Like 42, for example. Because 42 has a really good director and it has good actors in it, but the actual content of the script isn't particularly interesting. Which is why the side characters in that come out very flat and forgettable compared to other stories.
Like the mum. The mum is just... In the mum in, like, Hungry Earth, it's just, like, so... worst character, obviously, of that story.
And, like, Cold Blood is such a fucking mess. It's
also so fucking avoidable.
Yeah, it's just
what she does.
It's just such a yuck episode to think about. Like, it's got so much. It's got Matt Smith being Jodie Whittaker, like with all the Sonic shit. Like he Sonics all their guns. Is like a really generic like Base Under Siege, but it's not interesting. There's no tension because we don't care about the characters. And then like there's no threat to when they run away, and then the whole Rory death thing is so tacked on. Like, hot take, I don't like the scene when Rory dies in Cold Blood. I think it's really just tacked on, and the way that the Amy flashbacks are executed are really poorly edited. Like, I just don't like that scene at all. The one thing I will say that I do like about the episode is the very, very end when Matt Smith pulls the TARDIS piece out of the crack, and then like he's like, what the fuck is going on?
And so my thoughts turned to the doctor.
Oh, God. But, like with 42, with the phone call scene, the TARDIS bit scene is a Moffat scene. It's not a Chibnall scene. Also, there is a massive plot hole with the Hungry Earth and Cold Blood, because at the end of the story, they see Amy on the hill. But how did she get there if she was trapped in Manhattan in the past?
I guess they're no longer there. Well, it was the same for Rory. Like, Rory was there and then he wasn't, died. Since time changed, that wasn't a fixed point in time at that point. And then it did. So then I guess, yeah, they're not there anymore.
Anyway.
That's up to you, and that's just personal preference, but I have never heard anyone call them dull. Dinosaurs on a Spaceship sticks to this format as well, as the first half of the episode is setting up the characters and the setting.
Wait, what? What setup does it do? It's just like, Egyptian lady wants to fuck the doctor. American man wants to shoot animal. Brian is Rory's father. Set up. Dinosaurs on a spaceship.
Doctor talks about Christmas lights.
Fucking Dora the Explorer has better setup than this episode. Oh dear.
Reveals the true threat, and he has to be defeated. It's a tried and tested format, and it works here. The script keeps evolving at a fast pace, meaning that boredom is pretty
not these
much
robots.
It's this great pacing that highly contributes to the fun factor.
They were like, they're like the robots from Transformers 2. Remember those?
Yeah, I just want to
say,
racist
robots.
Off what he's saying here, I think Dinosaurs on a Spaceship is the worst paced episode of Doctor Who on the fast end. Like, there's badly paced episodes on the slow end. I think it's the worst one on the fast end. It's so ridiculously fast paced. It's just nonsensical crap.
In this episode, because let's face it, with a title like Dinosaurs on a Spaceship, if the episode isn't fun, then something has really gone wrong. But Mr. TARDIS,
this episode
where is the deep character introspection? Where are the dark themes? Where is the intense emotions that make the audience think deeply about what they've just watched? What? Yeah, it's true. This isn't an episode that's deep or introspective, but it's not supposed to be. All it does is set out to entertain for 45 minutes on a Saturday night, and it accomplishes that with
And that's what every episode of Series Devon does, and that's why it's shit. Because they're all the same. Every episode of Series 7 is the fucking same. It's
just has a new layer of.
Like I guess okay. I suppose the Moffat episodes have a bit more purpose because obviously they are setting up and finishing off stuff like. With Asylum of Daleks, it introduces Clara. With Angels Take Manhattan, it's the send-off of Amy and Rory. And with Bells of St. John reintroduced Clara. Name of the Doctor has the whole, leading into Day of the Doctor with John Hurt and the whole resolving Series 7 arc. But every other episode that's not written by Moffat is literally the fucking same thing. It's just there purely to entertain the audience. There's no drive, there's no purpose, there's no subtext, there's nothing. They are all the fucking same thing. All completely pointless.
But Connor, it's not supposed to be good. It's supposed to be fun.
Triggered yet, Connor? Yeah, we're only 7 minutes into this half-hour video.
Style and flair. There's just a great sense of fun to the entire proceedings, and I can guarantee that any viewers under the age of 11.
That shot with Matt Smith looks dull.
You know, this is the same beach from Doomsday.
Yeah, can't believe they fucking disrespected such an iconic area.
Also, we've learned today that fun is a theme.
Themes. I gotta have my themes.
Ugh.
My themes.
They will enjoy the hell out of this episode. This really doesn't require much of an in-depth...
Okay, so he's saying that episode's good because it's designed for people below the age of 11.
Yay. You can watch Fear Her if you want.
You can watch the Sarah Jane Adventures if you want. That's for people below 11, and that's
great. Don't dare
great.
Disrespect Sarah Jane Adventures like that.
No. I'm saying if you're below the age of 11, you should be watching that instead of this.
Yeah.
Because that is actually targeted
to be fair, Sarah Jane Adventures has more deeper themes than this episode.
Yes, because children are not as stupid as people think.
Yeah. Sarah Jane Adventures is fucking good. It's so good.
Like, I knew what fucking suicide, sex, and all that was when I was 9. I was very aware. And when I was watching Russell Era when I was a kid, I understood quite a lot of it. Like, kids are not as stupid as you might think.
By that logic, In the Forest of the Night is the best episode ever.
Oh, God.
Every episode from Sarah Jane Adventures shits all over this episode and In the Forest of the Night.
Want to make kids make Facebook the trees?
It's just like, God. Honestly, hot take. We're having so many hot takes today. I prefer Sarah Jane Adventures to Torchwood.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen all of Torchwood, so I don't know yet.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't seen any Sarah Jane Adventures.
I haven't obviously seen all of Torchwood, but I know the plot stuff and I know basically what happens.
Well, I mean, series 1 is kind of messy. I mean, actually, it's probably a bit more than that. It's very messy.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen it, but Adam says that Miracle Day is hell bent here. So yeah.
Is the episode Day 1 from season 3?
Well, there's two. There's 2 episodes called Day 1 because there's one from series 1 and there's one from series 3. Because there's Chris Chibnall Day 1, which is the sex gas alien, and then there's Children of Earth Day 1, which is by Russell T Davies.
Oh, because when Rag said that he thought Day 1 was trash, I was thinking he was talking about season 3.
No.
Fuck, thank God for that.
No, it's just funny, there's just 2 episodes that have the exact same name.
Well, Cromwell disagrees with me. He's I've subbed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I haven't seen the second half of series 2, and I haven't seen Children of Earth, so I can't comment. But Adam highly rates that, so I'll take his word for it. Anyway,
Wedding of Sarah Jane Smith is great.
Yeah, she is. I believe in my companion rankings I did in the advent calendar, I put her at number 7. So very good.
Episodes like the Wedding of Sarah Jane Smith, The Curse of Clyde Langer, and Death the Doctor's pretty good. The Temptation of Sarah Jane Smith and What Happened to Sarah Jane Smith are some of the best episodes from the show.
Yes. Anyway,
if anybody hasn't seen it, go watch those.
Anyway, Dinosaurs and Spaceship.
For analysis. I mean, all I have to say is that I had a big smile on my face from beginning to end. This was just a really
so why is there 19 minutes left?
One aspect that helps make this episode enjoyable is the Doctor. Sure, we know
No!
he can do brooding really
it's the
well,
worst
and
part.
he's
the worst
thematic
part!
actor, but it's in this episode that we're reminded why the Doctor travels the universe in the first place. Because he loves doing it. He's having an absolute ball for the first half of the episode.
Oh
This
yeah,
is
he
the
looks
funniest
like he's having a
that
whale of
Matt Smith
time
has
in
been
that
since closing
scene.
So
time last
much
year.
fun!
And there are some genuine belly laughs to be had with his character.
Belly laughs.
Somebody tell me where we are, now.
Why is that funny?
Doesn't taste right. Too metallic.
Is that a kestrel?
I do hope so.
The beach is humming.
Is it?
You know what makes me sad? Adam probably prefers this version of the beach scene than the one from Doomsday. God, are you all still alive?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was just channeling my inner Joker.
Right, okay. Oh, God. You can't.
You wouldn't get it.
Oh, dear.
That's life. While we pause, I'm gonna quickly go get a drink, so I'll be back in like 1 minute.
Alright. Ha ha ha, this is what I wanted. Yeah, I knew. You knew this would trigger me. I fucking can't stand Dinosaurs on a Spaceship. It's so shit! Ah! Ah! Fucking crap. Absolute turd this episode is. Oh god, I've got a headache. I'm really hungry. Make sure you quickly get your questions in before Callum comes back. So I've got something to talk about. I'll tell you one very sad fact is that my payday's not till tomorrow and I'm starving! Should be cooking something. This stream is really fun. Love how you're not afraid to express an opinion. Yeah, well, fucking... I try to be civil, but sometimes I just can't help myself. Like, this... I'm not gonna lie. This period of Doctor Who, like, late Matt Smith, is just... For me, it's so bad. It's probably my least favourite period of the whole show. Like, I mean, I don't like... I understand, like, Season 24 and Series 11, both quite poor as well. But, honestly, this whole Series 6, 7 period is just a fucking nightmare for me. It's just... It's so bad. Best pre-showrunner Chibnall episode. Well, if we're allowed to include
Does Torchwood
count?
if you say Torchwood, I would say Torchwood counts.
Yeah, most people say like either Adrift or Fragments from Torchwood. I haven't seen those 2 episodes. If I'm allowed to pick one from Torchwood, maybe Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. That one's alright. That one's like it's like Spyfall, except because it's got Captain Jack in it, it's better. And
it's good.
And it's also got it's adult themes too. In terms of Doctor Who though, I really don't like any of them, but I'd probably say 42 just because it's in one of my favorite series. It's got David Tennant and it's got the 10th Doctor and Martha in it. It's still not good, but I would rather watch that than The Hungry Earth Cold Blood or Dinosaurs Spaceship or The Power of Three. I mean, The Power of Three could have been the best one, but then the ending ruins the whole thing.
Yeah, like, it's... Weirdly, that is kind of like not in the same vein, but it is kind of like Can You Hear Me? Because it actually kind of goes quite strong as it goes, but then the ending is shit.
Yeah, except I would probably say Can You Hear Me probably has more potential than The Power of Three because it's about depression, whereas The Power of Three is about fucking cubes.
I would say like it's like The Power of Friendship. Even though that doesn't like end the episode, it's kind of that sort of theme.
The Power of Three should have been a two-parter. The Angels Take Manhattan shouldn't exist, and it should have been the last story for Amy and Rory. Like, they should have just left the Doctor by their own choice. That would have been way better than what we got.
Fuck, marry, kill, Rose, Martha. Oh, that's hard.
Kill Clara, even though she's the best-looking one. I'd fucking...
Oh, I don't know. I was like, would I want to hate fuck her?
God, that's terrible.
I would kill Rose, but I would, in quotes, kill her and send her to another universe. Because that's how they establish it in the show. And then I would marry
Imagine
Martha.
how much of an ego boost you would get when she says, "Am I ever going to see you again?"
You can't.
What are you going to do?
Same old life. Last the time was back to the ties.
On your own. I love you.
Quite right too. It is my last chance to say it. Fuck you.
It's funny because we actually like that scene. But it is.
I love that
it's
scene.
It's very easy to make fun of though, because it's so.
Oh yeah,
it's so soap opera.
But it's a good scene. It's a great scene.
Yeah. Because Russell T Davies. Again, I've said this so many times before. Like, I fucking despise soap opera, but Russell T Davies makes it work in Doctor Who because he's a brilliant writer.
Yeah. Go rewatch the RTD era, then go watch Years and Years.
Yeah. I would marry Martha. Definitely marry Martha. She's the best person of the three. And whilst I do think Clara is very, very attractive, I desperately want to kill her. And I would have absolutely no objection to fucking Rose, so there we go. I'll do that. I will sacrifice my sexual preferences so I can kill that bitch Clara. There we go. And also, I think there'd be something satisfying about fucking Rose because when I was a kid, I used to fancy her. So, there's a nostalgia factor to it. It'd be like a long story arc that ends with a very. Anyway, let's not talk about that. This is a family-friendly channel. Yes, Clara's Series 7B arc being more developed. Yes, very developed when Matt Smith spanked her. That's character development right there, isn't it? Best Chibnall episode overall? Are we allowed to count the ones that he co-wrote? Or are we only allowed to talk about the ones
I guess so. Because he is a writer on that episode.
So if it's just from Doctor Who, it's probably either Rosa or Fugitive of the Judoon. I think. But he didn't write either of those, really.
Those are episodes that I both don't like.
What options do you really have? I suppose maybe... I used to like Resolution quite a bit, but it's soured a bit for me in my head, like, upon thinking about it.
Honestly, it probably might be Paraxius.
Oh, yeah, I forgot he co-wrote that, didn't he?
Yeah, and I kind of like it.
God, that's like a Chibnall episode in a nutshell, though, except the dialogue's just a little bit better.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's so vanilla, isn't it? It's got everything that Chibnall's era has. It has an environmental message. It's like really vanilla, and it's like structured very, decently.
I think it's like a Chibnall episode that's relatively strong, but there's still a lot of stuff that isn't great about it.
Yeah, if I'm not allowed to count the episodes that he co-wrote, like, or Rosa, or Fugitive, or Praxius, or Can You Hear Me? I suppose it would probably be... Oh, fuck, I don't even know. Honestly. Like, the highest rate... Oh, fucking... It's probably Woman Who Fell to Earth, actually. Oh, actually, no, shit, it's... Actually, no, it's not, because, I probably would have said that before, like, when I first watched it, but over time I've soured on it.
Well, you loved it when you first watched it.
Yeah, but then... Like, one day later, I rewatched it with Adam, and it was, like, unbearably boring. I was like, wow, I flipped on that fast. I think I slightly prefer Spyfall to Women Who Fell to Earth, just because it's got the Master in it. But at the same time, like, not really by any considerable distance. Like, they're kind of on par. Let's see, I'm just gonna think about it a little bit more. Shit. Resolution, I think.
Oh, I don't know. I think that's the more I think about it, I didn't really like it that much when I first watched it. There was stuff that I did like about it, but I kind of think it's kind of poor, honestly.
I mean, I'm kind of stuck for choices.
True. There's yeah, that's a good point.
I just really liked. I mean, obviously it's so generic, but it was refreshing at the time to see an actual villain. Because in Series 11 we didn't get one, whereas with
what do you know about? We had Krasko.
Whereas with Resolution, the Dalek, whilst the way it was handled was extremely generic, it actually worked in a way, like, it was very functional. I understand there's a lot of people that have, like, issues with, like, the technicalities behind it, but, like, I've really got to grasp at straws here. Resolution is... I don't have that many issues with it. I've got some, but... Oh, fuck it. It's like, picking a favourite Chibnall episode is really difficult.
Yeah,
because I really don't like the comedy in Spyfall Part 1, and I really don't like the way the plot resolves in Spyfall Part 2.
It's so bad. It's so... Honestly, Spyfall is not good.
And then, like, Woman Who Fell to Earth has functional elements, but it's so dull. Like, there's nothing about it that's interesting. It's just... I mean, the best part about it is Grace. Like, she's good in it. But everything else, like, the dialogue is bland, the characters are just empty, the whole thing is just this shell. It's just so hard to rewatch. And then, like, the episodes he wrote outside the era, like 42 and Hungry Earth, aren't very well written. God, he's just not a good writer, Chibnall.
He's not. It's only as if he's not a good Doctor Who writer.
The episodes I enjoy the most with his name on it are the ones that other people wrote that he show ran, because, like, people like Mallory Blackman, Vinay Patel, Pete McTeague, and Charlene James are way more interesting writers. Like, regardless of how you feel about the quality of the episodes themselves, they're actually, like, really, really engaging writers, which is so different from Chibnall. And that's why I probably enjoy those more, because, like, as a showrunner, he's doing his bit to develop the characters and the story, but the actual writing itself and the style of the episode is done by someone else, which is why I think his best episodes are the ones that he co-wrote rather than the ones he actually wrote.
Yeah. Like, honestly, like, because, like, when you compare, like, something like Spyfall in terms of dialogue to Praxius in terms of dialogue, Praxius is way better. Spyfall, honestly, Spyfall's dialogue in both part 1 and 2 are terrible.
I hate the whole thing with Ryan trying to be Logan. That was shit.
Fuck, oh, gosh.
Yeah.
God, I think as time goes on, I think people are going to sour on Spyfall.
I don't think they will, because they are very set in their ways about it. But I think that you and I maybe just have a bit more, like, harsh criteria when it comes to Chibnall's dialogue than they do.
I think the people that do tend to change their pins will sour on it more. I guess the people
I know that Lord Sly
always like...
Lord Sly's the only one I know that liked it at first, but not so much now.
Mm-hmm.
But he's known for being a bastard anyway.
I mean, he does what he calls himself on his Twitter bio.
Yeah. Anyway, we're only 8 minutes in to Dinosaurs and
Fucking hell.
Oh, yes.
Is it?
Well, don't just stand there, you two. Dig. I'm going to look at rocks. Love a rock.
Dig with what? Ah, well.
Did you just have that on you?
Of course. What sort of a man doesn't carry a trowel? Put it on
The
your
only
Christmas
reason
list,
this works
I'm
is because of the
31, I
actors.
don't have a Christmas list anymore.
Yeah.
I do.
Ah, fuck off, you shit!
Fuck off. Stupid joke.
I do! My weekly feature, the Matt Smith Moment of the Week.
The Matt Smith
Oh my God, what the
moment
f-
of
oh,
the
fuck
week.
off.
The Matt Smith moment of...
Hey guys, this is. I thought this was meant to be a good video. What is this shit?
What the fuck?
This is really poorly structured.
Ugh.
It's this feels okay. If he was gonna have a Matt Smith moment of the week, I feel like that should be at the end of the video.
It looks like a Phineas and Ferb cartoon.
That's too kind to that thing.
God, he looks like
I've
he's like his neck is strangled under it, like he's pulling himself out.
Do the artist that did that forget that one of Matt Smith's defining features is his chin?
Chin, blimey. Ha! I'm a girl.
No.
I'm not a girl.
When you're ripping off Harry Hill's TV burp, you've hit a new low. Hey, Harry Hill's TV burp is great. What are you on about?
Of the week.
Please stop saying.
As much as I love Matt Smith, the comedian, in this episode, I have to admit that my favourite scenes in this story involve the Doctor and Solomon, a trader who is trying to claim the cargo of dinosaurs. At first, the Doctor seems to take a slight liking to Solomon. Until Solomon reveals his true nature, when the Doctor discovers that the ship used to belong to the Silurians in a nice bit of continuity, and that Solomon killed each and every one of them, then the rage starts to bubble to the surface.
What did you do to the Silurians?
Fucking murder them, mate.
I gave them a smacked bottom.
You killed them because I'm you.
Because you wanted the dinosaurs.
Because I forgot like the roof
Their
doctor.
ship crossed my path.
I gave them a jolly good smack bottom.
The Silurians are always made out of glass, aren't they?
I'm a very motive man.
The
He's just
lizards
playing the
wouldn't
I
let
episode
fucking
me.
forgot
now.
this is a Silurian
I made them a
story.
generous offer.
The crews
Yes.
on board this ship.
So you told me that I did a whole exam and you're still not done with Mr. TARDIS reviews. Oh my god, did you do a whole exam?
Oh my god. I mean, we have been going for 2 hours, Callum.
Yeah, but that's fucking crazy.
Shit, we really need to get on with this, don't we?
Wait on.
You don't know how. Ha. Brilliant. You change the pre-programmed course without it.
Students out of
before
bed!
you returned home.
Show
Prisoner
yourself!
of Azkaban.
Want to go, Doctor?
Show yourself!
You, Solomon, you're being tugged.
Oh dear, we are in
You think I
trouble.
believe that?
Oh dear, we are in trouble.
You just want them for yourself. You won't profit from me, Doctor.
Don't ever judge me by your standards.
I hate this bit
This
when he
is a
jumps
very
out.
smart portrayal by Matt Smith and very smart writing by Chris Chibnall.
Very
See,
smart! Oh, Chris, it's so clever!
Fucking clever.
Oh, you had the first Doctor kill all the Silurians. It's so clever.
Like, he's well acted. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose. I have too much beef with this episode to actually give him credit, but I suppose
Appreciate it. Yeah.
I suppose it's one of the more, controlled moments. But it's all fucking exposition, isn't it? It's all just like, I'm the bad guy. I killed your friends, and I'm
the
going to
baddies?
stop you.
They'll be the baddies.
You know.
So I was a Scot now.
No, I was doing an impression of Shay Kellier doing an impression of Stephen Moffat.
So clever.
Fucking, do you know where that originates from?
No, I don't.
Okay, so it was on the review that Lord Slar did of Extremis back when it first aired, and Shay said, Shay said he was talking about the monks and like why their robes are red, and he's like, you know what? I was sat there and I thought, why don't I make them look like Mario? It's so clever. It's fucking great. Fucking love Shay, he's hilarious. Even though he absolutely despises David Tennant in The End of Time, I still really get along with him. I mean, like, obviously we do subjectively do disagree with quite a lot of what he says in that video, but he is so fucking funny in it. Like, you know, the End of Time rant? He's hilarious in it. He's so... cannot deny his sense of humor. He's fucking Australian. He was on the marathon that I was on a month ago, and at the time, like, it was at the peak point of Australia being on fire. Like, that was when the New Zealand sky got orange, and like the amount of times I just kept on joking about how his country's on fire, it was just fucking so funny to wind him up. Anyway.
Doctor is at Solomon's mercy right now. Rory and his dad are outside with two dangerous robots capable of serious harm, so the Doctor has to rely on his words. Matt Smith delivers these lines with a passive-aggressive intensity. He wants to lash out at Solomon, but his own pacifist nature and what could potentially happen to his friends outside means that he's trying to get under Solomon's skin and really rub in the fact that the Silurians really had the last laugh. My favourite aspect about Dinosaurs on a Spaceship is the way it handles this hero-villain dynamic.
Except for the fact that at the end of the episode it's ruined by the fact that
I thought this episode didn't have deep themes.
The fact that fucking at the end of the episode it's all ruined by the fact that he kills them in cold blood with no reason.
Didn't he say that this episode was just trying to be fun? But now he's going back on it and saying, no, it actually does have deep memes.
Yes, Matt, Tennant killing the Arachnos in The Runaway Bride is way better because it's actually fucking part of his character arc and it's built up to. And the only reason why he does it is because...
he's just lost Rose.
He's just lost Rose. There's an actual... I mean, obviously fucking Classic Who fans will be like, oh, that's not reason enough to be so angry. He lost some bitch. But anyway... there is actual purpose with the
I
story.
guess people could be like, say, like, well, the Doctor loses Clara and he kills someone.
Comparing The Runaway Bride to Hellbent is a crime.
Dirty crime lord. Anyway, look at David Bradley's face. That's how I feel about this video.
Here's the difference between The Runaway Bride and Hellbent.
Yes.
In The Runaway Bride, when Donna says, "You can stop now," he realizes what he's doing. Because he realizes that this is not right. And also, let's also put in perspective that the Arachnos literally invaded the Earth. She was a threat. So there is an actual drive to why he might feel angry at her and why his temper might be lost. Whereas in Hellbent, the General was trying to help him. He was on his side!
I guess that the same thing happens in Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror because it's kind of the same thing. Funny enough, with a creature that looks exactly the same as the Arachnos. Because it's like, I give you a chance. When you die, there'll be nothing but blood and other people's brilliance.
The reason why Russell's era works when it does these sorts of things is because there's purpose! It's because there's meaning behind it. There's reason for it happening. It's weaved in a way that makes sense, and when fucking Moffat and Chibnall pull it out of the blue and don't even fucking think about the consequences behind what they're doing, it's completely random and stupid.
Yeah.
Which is why I can buy him pointing a gun at that guy in a town called Mercy more than him killing Solomon in cold blood in this. Because there's an actual story behind it. Rather than just being like, oh, we need to make the Doctor edgy.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Doctor is someone who travels the universe for the sheer joy of it, whereas Solomon is someone who travels the universe for its riches. Solomon is essentially what could happen if someone like the Doctor abuses his abilities to travel anywhere he wants. David Bradley's portrayal as Solomon paints him as a disgustingly horrible human being, and while he may come across as a caricature on paper, David's acting abilities make him come across as someone much deeper than that, someone who feels like he has a certain amount of entitlement, which helps make him a much broader character.
But there's one very controversial aspect towards the villain that seems to have split the fan base, and that's his fate.
The Doctor pretty much just leaves Solomon on his spaceship to get blown up by the missiles intended for the Silurian ship, and it wasn't like the Doctor didn't have a choice. The Doctor could have teleported him away, but he didn't. The Doctor made a conscious decision to let Solomon die. Solomon didn't need to be on the spaceship for them to be saved, only the signal the missiles were tracking, so can I defend this seemingly out-of-character ending? Actually, yes, I think I can. First, let's take a look at what Solomon's crimes have been that the Doctor knows about. Mass murder, theft of prehistoric creatures, theft of spaceship, murdering an innocent creature, 2 charges of assault, threats of violence, suggestions of violence...
Hey, you know the Master exists? Isn't he really bad? Like, really bad? But why doesn't the Doctor kill him then?
Because it's his friend. Hey, you know, you know the episode before this, Asylum of the Daleks.
No, I don't remember that.
What have the Daleks ever done? You know,
I don't know.
I mean, what do they ever mean to him? What could they have possibly done?
Aren't those like those really that really forgettable classic Who villain?
Yeah, wouldn't it just be so silly if they swapped the fate of Solomon with the fate of the Daleks? Like, wouldn't that make just a bit more sense? Because there'd be a reason why, not just he's a bad man.
He's a bad man.
Violence and sexual assault. Kidnapping royalty, and that's just over the span of 15 minutes of screen time, and those are only the ones that the Doctor knows about, and considering the fact that Solomon was so willing to tell the Doctor what he did to the Silurians in graphic detail, and without a single hint of regret...
God, whatever you want, I can get it for you. Whatever object you desire.
Bribery. Solomon hasn't learned a goddamn thing. By this point, Solomon is a lost cause, completely irredeemable, and the Doctor lets him die on the spaceship.
Now, does that Andrew Scott, who
fuck, what did I just do?
Well, what did you just fucking do? We were halfway.
What time was that at? Was it like 14?
Or half.
I think it was 14.
Give him a much broader... Those are...
I think so.
Explosion, but then...
At least I gave my reasons.
Scroll back a little bit. Here we go. Okay, we'll go from here. So is he still trying to say that the justification for why the Doctor leaves him in cold blood is because he's irredeemable?
That seems very narrow-minded.
I can see this working.
Especially for the
I can see this working if it was Classic Who, but not post Time War.
Yeah.
Because it's funny, because I watched fucking Attack of the Cybermen and Mark of the Rani last night, where I suppose Mark of the Rani doesn't really count because it's not really his fault, but Attack of the Cybermen, where he's literally just killing people left, right, and center. But like I said, the Time War changed the character quite a lot to become a lot more passive, and I just don't really see why this random person who's insufferable. Sorry, not insufferable, irredeemable. We were too mean to MrTARDIS, so we got blocked.
Okay, we're back up. So, yeah.
Yeah. Shit. Yeah. MrTARDIS has sent his goons to flag this video.
So.
Yeah, Asma, is there anything like really important from here on that we need to see? Because I'd be happy to
just
skip
I
it.
know if we do quickly look at something, don't show it on screen. Just have him just listen, because he's just talking.
I suppose we'll just wait for him to tell us.
Yeah. Bloody, he can't edit quick enough for it to stay at least.
This video was made when the episode came out. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So
still poorly edited and
I
structured.
think maybe the copyright laws weren't as bad back then.
Well, it's because it's worse when you live stream, because like we were talking about with the clips, because it's so long. It's almost as if we're just showing the episode, and you can't do that off like a free broadcast.
I don't want to do that. Like, not that I can remember, to be honest. Okay, yeah. I think we should probably, if everyone's okay with it, I think we should probably just fucking skip it and just agree that Dinosaurs on a Spaceship is an absolute disaster, and I hate it.
Yes.
It's a terrible episode. It's just fucking god awful, and I honestly don't see how you can justify its quality. I know we didn't watch the full video, but honestly, like, I don't care anymore.
Yeah, it's that bad.
Yeah, and the fact that we're getting copyrighted, this is a good time to stop it. And we've also been on here for 2.5 hours, so we should probably crack on to our next stuff.
Stuff.
Yeah. So I hope you're all not too disappointed with the fact that we didn't finish the video, but there's not really much we can do about it. MrTARDIS was so incompetent that he didn't do the copyright thing, whatever. Anyway, with that said, shall we move on to our next section of the podcast, Callum?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to open up my notes so I know. Because I haven't got it open at the moment. Yes. So, I have put together a top 10. And this top 10 is one that I've been thinking about for a while. And it is one that is not necessarily my opinion, but it is something that I've collected over the years, where I've over the years, I've seen so many opinions on Doctor Who. I've seen like thousands of Doctor Who fans and their opinions, and YouTubers and whatnot, and people online, and I have a very general idea of what people think of episodes. So I have compiled together what I believe is the top 10 most divisive New Who stories. Now, I will preface this, I made this list before Series 12, so none of Series 12 will be on here, because I know that there's quite a lot of episodes in Series 12 that are quite divisive, but I wouldn't count them anyway, because the wound is still fresh, so I don't think we can really count them, because people might mellow out a bit on the divisiveness after the series is over. But I have put together a list of top 10 episodes that I think are the most divisive from New Who. So the plan is to read out the list from bottom to top and sort of discuss through them. And yeah. So, Callum, are you ready for this?
Sure.
Okay. So, the way I've done this is that the extremity of how divisive they are is the how strongly people feel about it, whether that be positive or negative, and also how much of like percentage I think it's 50-50 based on the consensus, if that makes sense. So like the episodes that are the most divisive are the ones that are the most split down the middle and have the most extreme reactions, if that makes sense. So with that said, number 10 is the Sontaran Stratagem and the Poison Sky. From what I understand, this is one of those like typical ones where most New Who fans quite like it, and most Classic Who fans really don't like it. However, there is another element to this as well, and we can reference Seska Says, because she hates it because her husband is in the army. And she claims that it's anti-soldier. I am also aware that Joey Morgan hates this episode a lot. Really, really hates this one. However, Adam loves it. I know that. I'm pretty sure it's good. I'm pretty sure Adam said that on his Doctor Who Netflix before it got taken off, it was his most played story. It was like his most watched, and that makes sense because it's like a John Pertwee story with the Sontarans, except it's got the 10th Doctor, Martha Jones, and Donna in it. The only thing that's missing from it is the Brigadier for me. But yeah, I do recognize that it's quite a divisive episode. Like, when people try to criticize Series 4, they usually either go for the Doctor's daughter or they go for this one.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's definitely quite a divisive one, I think. Number 9 is Love and Monsters. Which I think when it first aired was definitely more negative response, and in the general public it still is. However, over time it has developed a very strong cult following, that including myself. To the point where if you're inside the actual inner circle of Doctor Who fandom, it's a very 50-50 split episode. And I know this because there was this Doctor Who Twitter account that did a survey of what people's ratings were for Love and Monsters. And the average rating was a 5, because there were people that gave it 0 and there were people that gave it 10. and everything in between. So I think, yeah, fucking Love and Monsters is definitely a very divisive episode. No doubt about that. The next one is a very interesting one, and that's Father's Day. This one, I think, is quite Marmite in the sense that you really have to like the sort of style of Russell T Davies, the Russell T Davies style of Doctor Who. Even though it's written by Paul Cornell, you really have to be invested in like the more dramatic elements of the story to appreciate it. Because I know there's a lot of people that really don't like Father's Day, like they find it to be too cheesy. Whereas people like me, who is very invested in the story, I get really emotionally attached to the story, and I love it. Like, Father's Day is one of my absolute favorites of the whole show. Another thing is that a lot of people hate that it kind of creates this massive plot hole where the Reapers never come back, which I suppose I can understand that. But I don't blame the story itself for that. I think it's more like a showrunner's issue rather than the actual episode itself. But I fucking love Father's Day. Absolutely adore it.
It's very, very good. It's so good.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites of Series 1. Number 7 is Last Christmas.
I gave you my heart. But yeah.
I'm aware, I believe, Azmat Mahmood, you love this one, don't you? I think you may have even said... I think you said that it was your favourite Christmas special or something.
Man. I mean, cool. It's a shame it's terrible, though.
Last Christmas is a very divisive episode. I think it's got really good ideas. I'll give it that. I think that's where a lot of the praise comes from. The fact that it's like... It combines Inception with Series 8's arc. The problem I have with that is that I don't give a fuck about Danny Pink or Clara, so I can't get invested in that part of it. I also find Nick Frost, weirdly, really annoying as Santa. Like, it's
yes, and it's a real shame. Like, I've been recently thinking about the Cornetto trilogy. He's so good in all those films, and he's not. And he's so odd in Last Christmas.
Yeah, I just really don't like him in that. And also, the worst part for me is the ending. Like, the ending, it's like set up as if it's meant to be like Clara's farewell, but then it's like, oh fuck, no it's not. And then we don't even... It's never explained, like, is she still old or not?
No. Man, Last Christmas is such a mess.
Yeah, but...
It tries to be, hey, we're Inception and Alien, and it's like, let's just make it so wacky, and people will like it because they'll think it's so clever when it's just a big, massive, fat Christmas mess.
I can see that Survivor because Power Spine and Chromel hate it, and Asmat and Minecraft Alliance like it, so there you go. And Elite likes it as well. And we don't.
Yeah.
So, there's the proof there, ladies and gents.
Proof in the pudding.
I think Watch Mojo UK put it as the best Christmas special.
Well, Watch Mojo is stupid.
Yeah. Honestly, Last Christmas is one of my least favourite Christmas specials.
It's probably... It is definitely in, like, the bottom 3.
Yeah. That and... Doctor Wit in the Wardrobe, I'd say, is definitely the worst one. But I honestly think it might... Like, that... Above Doctor Winter in the Wardrobe for me is either Last Christmas or Return of Doctor Mysterio. It's one of those two. So yeah. After that, we have Rise of the Cybermen and the Age of Steel at number 6. And we have had this on the channel because Jake's not a big fan of that story. I mean, he likes the...
Well, Jake is wrong.
He likes the... he likes the character stuff with Mickey. He likes that side of it. And the Rose Pete, Jackie stuff he likes. The problem he has with it is the Cybermen plot. And the Cybermen themselves. And I understand, like, I do get why a lot of Classic Who fans don't like the redesign, because it is very robotic. But I've always seen it as, like, a progression, not only a progression of the technology, but it's also a parallel universe version. So they are a very different kind of Cybermen to the traditional. And also, when it comes to the technology, I quite like these Cybermen because they're kind of like the Nokia Cybermen, whereas like the ones from Nightmare in Silver are like the iPhone Cybermen, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like a progression of the technology. But I just fucking love that two-parter, man. Like, I just love not only the character stuff with Mickey and Rose. Like, I think that stuff's really strong. But also, like, Graham Harper's direction, the color grading is gorgeous. The Cybermen are really, like, quite scary, mainly because of the direction. Despite the fact that Jake doesn't think they are, I think they are. And also, I fucking love Roger Lake Pack as John Lumick. Like, he's so hammy.
What is that from the jungle?
But how will you do that from beyond the grave?
Every time you do that, it gets more and more extreme.
It seems an appropriate time to say that I've crashed the party.
They're my family.
No.
I died for my last breath.
And
then breathe no more.
I also love the cliffhanger as well. Man will be transformed into Cyberman, but you will be under maximum deletion. Yeah, I really like that story. But apparently lots of people hate it, so whatever. Then we get to the top 5. These are the big ones. So at
big one.
Now, at number 5, I've kind of cheated because it's technically not the whole story. But I've gone for Last of the Time Lords, like specifically the 3rd episode.
Asma, here's a simple way to say what they do. They improve. They upgraded.
It's pretty simple. I mean, like, think about Classic Who, like, why don't they have lasers in fucking Tomb of the Cybermen, but they have guns like in the Invasion and Revenge and Earthshock? It's because they upgraded. It's pretty simple.
Mm-hmm.
Last of the Time Lords, though, as we all know, is a very divisive episode. Like, it's very divisive. The main reason why, well, actually, there's 2 reasons. Firstly, a lot of people don't like how the Doctor is shown as like a space hero, like a space Jesus. They have the entire Earth pray to him as if he's some kind of like religious figure. Also, a lot of people don't think that the ending is a Deus Ex Machina ending. They don't like how the Earth resets itself back a year. But if you want to know the defense behind all this, go watch our underrated stories video from the Advent Calendar where Adam he defends Last of the Time Lords. Also watch our defense of Last of the Time Lords against Hellbent in one of our Worst of Classica videos. I believe it might have been the Dominators one, actually. And I will give my full thoughts on it when I get to the review of it with Jake, because oh boy, I've got things to say about Last of the Time Lords. Because I love that finale, as I do with all of Russell's finales. It's way better than people think it is, because there are consequences. Despite what people think, there are consequences. And
Martha's family were tortured, and I remember it.
That episode for Martha Jones is amazing. Like, it does so much for her character.
No, but the doctor was rude to her.
The doctor was mean to her. Number 4, Hellbent.
Oh, number 4.
Yep. The reason why is that there is more of a negative reaction to Hellbent than positive. From what I've seen online, it is split, but I think there is more negative, which is why it's not higher, because I think the 3 episodes that are above it are closer to the 50-50 mark. Having said that, the extremity of the reaction is definitely there, because there's people like us that think it's the worst episode in the whole show, and then you get people like...
Which is.
And then you get other people that think it's one of the best episodes in the whole show.
Which is not.
The best justification I've ever seen for Hellbent being someone's favourite is that it helped them in their personal life. Because I know someone who's a podcaster called... the podcast is called Galactic Yo-Yo. And they said that watching Hellbent helped them in their personal life when it came to like them being transgender. And I think for a personal experience, I can understand why you'd have a connection with it. But justifying that as a good piece of Doctor Who, I don't think, even with that part of it, I don't think you can justify it being a good episode, even if it did a really positive thing for you, like personally.
Elite, we're not gonna fight you. We're just, you're just wrong.
Yeah, if you want to know our thoughts on Hellbent, watch EDAR number 3.
Yeah, or just watch the video in
and
full.
Watched Callum's Unbridled Rage.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's fucking
You can like
garbage.
it. Yeah, you can like it, sure, but it's not good.
It is the worst episode in Doctor Who history, from what I've seen. I'd rather have the
Hellbent can go to hell.
I'd rather have the Merca. I'd rather have the Merca and have Tegan stuck under a polystyrene wall. Oh dear. It's so funny how Joey likes Warriors of the Deep.
Fucking hell.
He was like
but End of Time is shit.
It's so funny how he was saying like, hey, if Brian can justify Castrovalva for being alright, then I can justify Warriors of the Deep. And then Dylan's like, yeah, but Castrovalva doesn't have an appalling production. And then he's like...
Yeah, Hellbent is well shot, but it's written terribly.
And then he's like, oh, Warriors of the Deep doesn't have an appalling production. I'm like, what the fuck, mate? It does. It has one of the worst in the whole show. And then I'm like, didn't I say in the live stream, I'm like, Warriors of the Deep is like a homeless man tried to do Earthshock.
Yes, you did say that.
Because it's an action-heavy episode with, like, 0 fucking production values. So, like, what is there to it?
Yeah.
Ugh. God. Number 3, The Time of the Doctor.
Ooh.
This one is very 50-50. There's a lot of people that hate it, and there's a lot of people that love it. I think the majority of people that love it tend to have be the ones that love Matt Smith as the Doctor.
Yeah.
Because
like Saskia says,
Yeah, except for Ace Creeper. He's the only example who doesn't, because he finds the resolution to the Silence arc very disappointing. Because it was disappointing. It was built up all the way from the 11th hour, and the payoff we got was so disappointing. It was literally just a conversation around a table with Tasha.
Okay. We keep going on about how Ben, but Elite, it shows how far the Doctor will go to save a companion. That's what's wrong with it. That is exactly why it is bad, because he goes to the lengths that he really shouldn't go to for one person.
He says Hellbent he says that Hellbent was shot well. I keep thinking of when the Doctor shoots the General.
The Doctor shoots really good.
Yeah. I didn't like when the Doctor shot the General, but I did like when Rachel Talalay shot the Doctor shooting the General. Yeah. I mean, listen, Minecraft Alliance, it's thematically it works for the Doctor as a character, like the 11th Doctor, but in terms of the actual story arc of the Silence, it is so disappointing.
Yes.
And I agree with Orgy A. Matt Smith's performance, whilst the comedy in it, like with the fucking naked bits, are terrible, his actual acting in that episode is really good. And I will admit, whilst I think Time of the Doctor is quite messy in its writing, Matt Smith's performance, especially in the regeneration scene, is phenomenal. Like, he always gets me teared up in that scene. And I don't even like his Doctor that much.
If you think about it, we're all different people all through our lives. And that's good, you gotta keep moving so long as you remember all the people that you used to be.
I will not forget one line of this. Not one day, I swear. I will always remember
when the Doctor was me. That's great, because the way he looks at the camera is so subtle, but really fucking good. That's a great regeneration scene. Fucking fight me.
No,
it's really good.
Please don't.
Fuck off, Clara. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off, Clara. Shut up.
Kidneys!
Clara.
I got new kidneys. I don't know the colour.
Love your kidneys. We're supposed to be crashing.
Yeah.
Whoa.
In fact, I would say Time of the Doctor is so divisive that my own opinion on it is divided. Like, I'm really mixed on that episode, because, like, it has all the right themes, but the actual details of the story, there's a lot of problems.
Sometimes children can hear my name.
The children can hear your name. Number 2 is Listen.
Hey, you remember Olsen Pink? Or whatever his fucking name was?
You know, I gotta tell a story about, Danny and Clara will get married and have a baby.
We're gonna tell a story about Charlotte Hartnell.
Well, I mean, see,
the very people.
See, I don't know.
Very clever people can hear dreams.
God, is Ruth Doctor
so fucking pretentious?
Is Ruth Doctor gonna be before or after that scene?
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah. So Listen has one of the best concepts in Doctor Who history. Like, a monster that had gotten so good at hiding that you can't see it. But then it's also, like, a character study on Clara and Danny Pink.
And one day, you're going to come back to this barn, and on that day, you're going to be very afraid.
Yeah, so one of the reasons why people hate it is because it kind of suggests that Clara is the reason the Doctor becomes the Doctor.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Azimat's got a good point. Listen is the definition of, like, all themes, no plot.
What if the big bad Doctor is actually just scared of the dark?
Yeah. The best parts about Listen, obviously the direction is fantastic. The concept of the monster and Peter Capaldi's performance. Because Capaldi's performance in that episode is phenomenal.
Don't look at it. Don't look at it.
He is so good in it. Listen. But I think Heaven Sent is when this pretentious shit actually got realized into a real story when it actually works.
Yes. It's like the shit version of...
I think, honestly, Listen, the best way to describe it, it's a brainstorm of ideas for Capaldi's era that don't surface. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why do you have 3 mirrors? Why don't you just turn your head?
You trying to reach a shelf?
That's one of the best things
It'll be late.
That's one of the best
About
things
a
about
for a shelf.
That's one of the best things about Series 8 is the fact that Clara's fucking annoying, but Capaldi actually insults her, so it's funny.
Yes.
Whereas a Series 9
Gonna be late.
Whereas Series 9's worse because he doesn't.
Clara.
Clara who?
What about me? Stay with me.
Yeah, also they go to the fucking end of the universe for no reason.
Yeah. Stay with me.
Yeah, God.
It's all I ever wanted.
Listen is so weird.
Yeah.
It's such a weird episode. And of course, number 1 is the end of time.
Rupert Pink. Yeah. What was number 1?
End of time.
End of time.
It's gotta be End of Time. Because there's literally people that say it's the worst episode ever made, and there's people that say it's the best episode ever made. It has to be.
I mean, I wouldn't say it is.
Oh no, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either. But
Part 2 is good.
But I'm saying that there is no episode in Doctor Who that is so 50-50 like the End of Time.
Yeah.
It's literally 50-50. Straight down the middle.
Part 1 is bad, part 2 is good.
Do you think part 1's bad?
Yeah, I think it's kind of bad. It's got good moments, but it's kind of messy and not well paced.
I quite like part
And it's got quite a few bad comedic moments.
I mean, maybe it's because I enjoy it a lot.
Yeah, no, well, I when I think about it objectively, yeah, Cromwell. I agree with Cromwell. End of Time Part 1 is bad. End of Time Part 2 is good.
Oh well. I really like part 1. I mean, okay.
Part 1 is a good meme.
I mean, I will say though, the Master being resurrected by magic, that's dumb. I don't like that.
It's so stupid.
Yeah, that's stupid. However, everything that happens after that is pure John Sim sauce.
Gold.
It's beautiful.
I am so hungry.
Slice and dice.
Little fat red blood fluid, juicy red blood, turkey blood red juice.
Hot, sticky, fat blood red food. So much food. How do these humans resist on Christmas? Chicken and turkey and ham and gravy and flesh.
You know that bloke, Harold Saxton, the one that went mad?
And that's just the funniest thing of all.
It sounds like Ryan, that guy.
Yeah.
You looked at that bloke?
Yeah.
Howard Saxon?
The
one that went mad?
The funniest thing, though, is that the thing that people that hate the End of Time hate most about it isn't even that. The people that the parts that people hate are actually the parts that I really like, which is the 10th Doctor's character moments.
It's real.
It's real.
That fucking master. I remember that was a classic. The master tangent during series 11.
Actually, Madman, you'll find that Heaven Sent and Hell Bent has the biggest jump of quality between two parts.
Well, I think what he means a direct, like, I don't know how to describe it, because like you can really separate Heaven Sent and Hell Bent. I think.
I think Dark Water, Death in Heaven has a bigger jump than.
Oh, that's true.
Than that.
The Master of the Skies, stuck looking like the old Prime Minister. Honestly, End of Time is such the Spider-Man 3 of Doctor Who.
Oh,
because
it's
so
beautiful.
fucking quotable.
It's so beautiful. It's like the Revenge of the Sith of Doctor Who as well.
I like you. I bet you taste great.
Fucking hell, it's so funny. Oh my god.
That's what your philosophy of your prophecy was. me.
Jesus Christ. Oh, jump means improvement. Oh yeah, so he means improvement from part 1 to part 2.
Yeah.
I'll ever think about that actually.
I'd probably agree with that.
I think I've got a list of the two-parters in my notes somewhere. I'll just have a look at them and think if I can think of one that's a bigger jump in quality from part 1 to part 2.
Are you talking to me? Or to me? Or to us? Breaking news. I'm everyone. And everyone in the world is me. I'm president. President of the United States. Look at God, one day we need to fucking record just a EDAR reaction ahead of time for the fucking lols.
My commentary.
Yeah, we need to fucking do that at some point.
Oh yeah.
The human race was always your favorite, Doctor.
Yeah.
But now there is no human race.
I've got to. Upon looking through the list of two-parters, I have to agree that End of Time is the one where there's the biggest jump in positive quality from part 1 to part 2. I will agree with that. I still really like part 1 though. Having said that, but I think that there is something to be said about the fact that part 2 is definitely a notch above part 1. And I think the reason why there's a reason for that though, because part 1 is a Christmas special, so Russell kind of like made it really stupid, whereas part 2 is a much more important episode. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But like, don't at me. The fucking memes in part 1 are beautiful.
I forgot Obama was in enough time. I can't wait they got the US president.
Fucking Barack Obama's in it! And he's like, he's gonna make a speech about how he's gonna fix the recession. I really want to know what he was gonna say after he said, I got something to say, the American people.
About comedy? Thank God. It's 1 inch too tall.
To be fair, that's part 2.
I'm just quoting out of time at this point.
Yeah.
I'm an astronaut.
Oh, Game Trailer Prime has that with Spyfall because he doesn't like part 1, but he likes part 2.
I don't like either parts.
Sim's acting is great. He is a brilliant actor, John Sim.
It is. Would have stopped then.
He brings so much energy. He brings so much energy to the show.
Don't know what I'd be without the noise. Fucking great.
Love End of Time. I know it's controversial and it's the most divisive episode of New Who, but I don't care. I fucking
just solid 5 minutes of John Sim laughing at the end.
I love the bit in part 1 where Wilfred tries to get out his phone, but he picks out the gun instead. I fucking love the bit in End of Time where Wilfred's like, well, you know, Doctor, can't you do that thing where you do your magic, but we go, oh.
A little bit of the old Doctor.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh dear.
What are you doing here, Doctor? Merry Christmas.
What if she remembers? Are you shouting at thin air?
Oh, I love
Yes.
Donna.
Possibly, yes.
Fucking love Donna.
So good.
Donna's.
I thought it'd be cleaner.
I thought it'd be cleaner.
I think it's been about 2 weeks
Oh
since.
shit! Hang on.
I think it's been about.
Fucking.
Oh
shut
shit,
up.
we're gonna get blocked.
No, it's only Council of Geeks.
Oh yeah. Oh, I thought it was
Yeah. Anyway, our next video.
Oh, I think I've seen this before.
Yeah. Well, it's requested by Azmat Mahmood. We're going to be doing a breakdown of Council of Geeks series ranking from 1 to 10. Now, I don't think we probably don't really need to discuss Series 5 because we've already had a whole tangent about that already. When that comes up. But, yeah. I have seen this video before, and there are definitely things about it that I heavily disagree with. But, yeah. As a request from Azamat, we will be breaking down Council of Geeks ranking of Series 1 to 10. And this came out right after Series 10 came out. So there's a chance that maybe, after he's done his Overdue Who, he might do another one and change his mind on something. But we will still take into account that some of his opinions are still consistent.
Yeah, I would say that it's pretty in line as of right now.
Yeah. So are we ready to go?
Yes.
Okay.
Too long. So I can't stop myself. I am on a roll with doing lists related to Doctor Who, and this one was actually suggested
Welcome to
in
Doctor Who
some of the
content.
comments by a couple of different people. I'm going to rank.
Is it me? But like, does he? I mean, obviously, like he's more openly trans now. But I'm not talking. When I say this, I'm not talking about that part of it. But like, he looks really different now. Like his just face.
Yeah, because you've noticed he's got a bit of a stubble, and I think the hair is a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the hair, but like his just facial features look way more extreme now.
He does. He does actually. That's that is to be
like
true.
In this video, he looks a bit more vanilla. You know. I suppose maybe.
Well, if you look at his older videos, he got like short hair, like.
Game Trailer Prime, why is this one why did this one trigger you? Your least favorite series are at the bottom. Your two least favorites at the bottom, Game Trailer Prime. I suppose maybe it's further up that it triggers them.
Also, I believe that Series 3 is really...
Yeah, don't spoil it. Anyway. Wait, you guys should do one for Classic Who. What do you mean do one for Classic Who? Do you mean like cover a Classic Who video? I mean, Asmat.
I don't know.
The problem is, Asmat suggested TARDIS reviews video of Evil of the Daleks. The problem is, Callum hasn't seen Evil of the Daleks, so we can't really do.
Yeah.
And also, actually, no, we have done one for Classic Who, but it's only on Patreon. We did a breakdown of Wingy Media's review of Mission to the Unknown.
Yes. So yeah, it's on Patreon, guys.
It's on Patreon.
Exclusive access.
Yes, you only need to be in the $1 tier to view that one.
Yeah.
Air from my lungs tier.
I give you air for my lungs.
Anyway, let's get on with it.
Rank the series of new Doctor Who, breaking them all down, ranking them, starting with the worst, going up to the best. I'll try and keep the preamble short, but honestly, this was really, really hard. And it was something I'd never really done, because I feel I need to be real emphatic about this at the start. I don't believe there is a bad series of Doctor Who. Even the ones that I put at the very bottom, I still like.
11.
I am not one of those fans who goes, that year was crap. I've never had that experience with Doctor Who. I've had specific episodes I didn't like, but I've never had a series as a whole where I was like, what a waste of my time. One last thing I do have to mention, even though there's been 10 series, I've actually got 11 entries because I'm counting the specials as their own separate thing, which I'm effectively counting as a series. So that is enough preamble.
Just to address the Elite, we can't do a season or episode ranking of Classic Who until we've seen all of it. I still have about 27 classic stories I haven't seen yet, so I could probably give like a general overall thoughts on what I think of all the seasons, but I can't do it fully, like confidently, until I've seen every story. So unfortunately, for that to happen, you're going to have to wait until after Worst of Classic Who, because that'll be when I finish it.
Yeah.
After then, I might be able to do a season ranking. You'll have to wait and see. But I just... I can't do it if I haven't seen all of it. That's the only thing. And Callum, you definitely can't do it, because you've seen fuck all of Classic Who.
Yeah, I've seen not a lot. I've got like 100 stories to go.
Yeah. So anyway.
Starting at the bottom, Series 7.
Good.
Yay!
So I think we can agree that this is a good choice for the bottom.
It's the best choice. Because it's fucking dog shit.
Yeah. Yeah. So we can agree with him on this, at least. We don't agree with him that it's not particularly bad. He says it's not particularly bad. But I think the fact
it's really bad.
The fact that it's ranked last place, I think definitely we can agree with him that is a very, very good choice. I'm sure all the people in the comments probably agree too. I think most people seem to say Series 7's the worst one, actually. Unless
you're Shane.
Oh, God! Fucking... Ugh. Don't remind me of that guy. Anyway, let's move on.
Was I don't want to say I was shocked, but I was a little surprised because, I see in a lot of forums and a lot of other videos, people love to crap all over Series 7. And until I sat down to do this ranking, I had a hard time figuring out why, because
Cromwell, Series 9 is really poor. The finale's worse than Series 7, much worse.
Series 7 is really bad. Every story is just so fucking nonsensical. The arc is so bad. Clara is the worst companion. Matt Smith is at his absolute worst. Nothing is redeemable in that series.
Anyway, so Series 9 for me, it has the worst finale. And some of the episodes are terrible, like Sleep No More and The Magician's Apprentice 2-part I really don't like. The Zygon 2-part I think is really overrated. The Girl Who Died and the Woman Who Lived, absolutely terrible. However, at the same time, it has Under the Lake Before the Flood, Face the Raven, and Heaven Sent, which is more than I can say for Series 7.
Series 7 is bad, guys. It's really fucking terrible.
I like A Town Called Mercy, but it's not even as good as those 4. And having said that, one episode that I quite like is not enough.
That's what I'm like with Series 12. Like I only like 2 episodes, and I don't like how the arc has been done, and some episodes have been pretty shit.
Series 7 is underrated. The same thing. What the fuck?
No, it's not. It's if anyone says it's okay, that means it's overrated.
See, here's the thing about Series 7. I understand why people might find it enjoyable. The problem is that none of it matters. It's all just every episode in Series 7 is filler, and that's the problem. Because when you get a series of Doctor Who, you sometimes get a few episodes that are kind of like filler, like 42, for example, or The Doctor's Daughter, or The Long Game, or Idiot's Lantern. But the problem with Series 7 is that every episode is like that. There's nothing that actually matters. It's just
it's like a
generic
series.
Yeah.
Before the big 50th.
The whole thing is generic. And even if you enjoy that aspect of it, like the style of it, it's still completely and utterly pointless. And then piling on top of it why we really don't like it, on top of the fact that it's so generic, is that we don't like the style either. Like Matt Smith's Doctor, Clara, it's just so yuck. Anyway.
Enjoyed it for the most part until I really had to compare it to the other ones. Now, Series 7 was the one where they broke up the series halfway through. First of all, that structure does the series no favors. It means it feels like 2 small series rather than one big one. It doesn't have much structure in any larger sense. And then for me, part of the other problem is the addition of Clara. Now, Clara did grow on me eventually, but she started out in a rough place because when she first shows up, she's not have the opposite reaction. She's a mystery.
I mean, I suppose.
It's where I dislike her and then I hate her more. Go.
Okay, so the Of the Doctor trilogy. If you count Day of the Doctor and Time of the Doctor, I suppose I can sort of understand why you give it a bit more leeway. But I think most people, when they talk about Series 7, don't count them. They count episode 1 to 13. Angels Take Manhattan, I have a lot of problems with. Even though it does have its positives, like the performances and the production, it has a lot of problems. Like I don't think it's a good exit for Amy and Rory. And there's so many plot holes. Like it really gets on my gears. A Town Called Mercy, I'll agree with you. I do enjoy that episode. Bells of St. John, I mean, it's very generic. It's kind of like a better version of the Idiot's Lantern. But I can see why you like that one. I do, in a way, I do kind of enjoy that one too. But at the same time, with that said, despite me enjoying A Town Called Mercy and Bells of St. John, they don't mean anything. I mean, I suppose A Town Called Mercy dabbles a bit with the Doctor's character, but at the end of the day, those episodes don't mean anything to the overall story. They're all just filler. They are all filler. And when you get episodes like Asylum of the Daleks, Dinosaurs in a Spaceship, Power of Three, fucking Journey to the Center of the TARDIS and Nightmare in Silver. Like, that's really bad in my opinion. That's some of the worst of New Who. So don't know what else to tell you. And a lot of it's really mediocre, like Cold War and Hyde, and there's a lot of I really like the ideas presented in things like Crimson Horror, but it has a ceiling. It has this like mid-card ceiling where it just doesn't get to that level that you should have with Doctor Who. There's not enough variety of significance. It's all the same. Which, that's main reason for me. Anyway.
Box. She's a plot point. She doesn't do any, like, I was way more interested in the future iteration of her we saw in Asylum of the Daleks and the Victorian iteration we saw of her in The Snowmen than I was with the version we actually got. But even if I look at the front half, which is the one with Amy and Rory, which I think is better overall than the back half of this thing, there's still some not great stuff in this. I think ultimately the capper was that I kind of struggled to figure out the standout episode of this series. I guess it would either be Asylum of the Daleks or Name of the Doctor, but that's the first and last episode of the series. That means that there's a whole lot.
Why? Asylum of the Daleks is the worst episode of Series 7. Not even kidding. It's probably my least favorite of that whole 13 episode run. It's so bad. Oh dear. I mean, I suppose I can understand him picking Name of the Doctor. I'd say that's one of the better ones. But Asylum of the Daleks, that one's shit. Alright, see you later, Minecraft Alliance.
Why?
Goodness me. No, Game Troll Prime. Nightmare in Silver is not fine. It is terrible.
No, it's really... No, Assignment isn't good. Shut up.
No, it's terrible. It's the worst Dalek story I've ever seen.
It's fucking really bad.
It's really bad.
Fucking hell, they invent a fucking plot, a side plot with Rory and Amy breaking up for no fucking reason.
Oh.
What's the... legit, what is the point of that plot element going forward?
It's dumb. And it's resolved very quickly. No, Game Trailer Prime, I think you're just wrong. I haven't seen Destiny of the Daleks, so I can't comment on that.
Assignment is worse than Destiny of the Daleks, because I've seen it.
I mean, it's got Tom Baker and Lella Ward on it. Surely, surely that says something about it.
It's not good. Like, it's not that... No, it's not good at all, but there are still elements that I like Tom Baker.
The Daleks having an asylum is more stupid than the Daleks being robots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it introduces Clara as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Victory of the Daleks, I can understand why you might dislike that one more than Asylum, because I really don't like Victory of the Daleks either. I just slightly think Asylum's worse. And Evolution of the Daleks, you can go fuck yourself, because I love that story.
Mm-hmm.
I'll admit Daleks Manhattan Evolution of the Daleks, like, it's a little bit messy, but I really enjoy that story a lot. Tallulah! It's got fucking Andrew Garfield. It's got fucking Andrew Garfield on it for some reason.
Yeah, because I talked about him today, how he's bound to Spider-Man.
What? You think the Cybermen are more intimidating in Nightmare in Silver than RTD? The fucking tone, though. The tone for the Cybermen in that episode is so wrong. It's like a fucking Saturday morning cartoon.
Do you think Jake took over Game Troller Prime's YouTube account?
Has he watched Nightmare in Silver?
Honestly,
it might be possible he might like Nightmare in Silver because the Cybermen are more, like, dangerous.
They're less clunky, and they're more like movable in their movement and stuff.
Well, I mean, they're more upgraded.
Yeah, exactly. If he does, I'm gonna fucking yell at him somehow.
I honestly don't understand how Evolution of the Daleks is more easy to dislike than Victory and Asylum, but I suppose that might just be me having a bias against Matt Smith over David Tennant. Because I fucking love David Tennant in that two-parter, and I hate Matt Smith in those two Dalek stories. So, but I don't know what else to tell you. Anyway, let's move on.
A lot of white noise in the middle of this thing. I mean, a couple of high points.
That's a good way to describe Series 7 as white noise.
Yeah, as if it's just numbing.
Ones I still like in there, but those are the only two that I'm like, yeah, those are real good episodes, and that's not a great batting average for this thing. So that occupies the bottom spot. Moving up to space number 10, that will bring us to Series 2, which also surprised me a little bit. It's funny, I've actually
now Game Trailer Prime would agree with this, because I believe Series 2 is second bottom for him as well.
Yeah, but Game Trailer Prime is wrong.
God, we're targeting our subscribers now.
I know. It's good banter. He's still wrong.
Yeah, I mean...
It's funny because when I did my ranking, just before Series 11 ended, I actually put it like 4th or 3rd from bottom.
Absolute
somewhere around that.
Absolute
and now
blasphemy.
And then when I rewatched it for the debate, it's actually gone up. I really appreciate it a lot more than I did when I sort of like started to sour on it.
Yeah, because despite what people say, it's actually really good.
Yeah, Series 2 is good.
It's really good.
It's not great, there's problems with it, but it is good.
I think it's great.
Yeah, I can see why.
Idiot's Lantern's crap, but the rest of it I actually quite enjoy. And most of it I think is great. Like fucking School Reunion, Girl in the Fireplace.
I think I would say like I'm in like the middle of like where like, Adam would rank it and where you would rank it. I think I'm sort of in the middle. I understand.
Well, he puts it below 1, 3, 4, 5, and 10, but he puts it above the rest.
Yeah, that's probably why I would put it. Maybe I'd have to do another list, and I probably will do after Series 12 is done.
Well, hot steamy take, I would put it above Series 5 and 10, but that's just me.
Ooh.
Because unlike Series 5 and 10, it has a very, very large collection of great episodes. Oh wait, what did I just say?
Yes, like Idiot's Lantern and Fear Her.
I mean, he's picked the 3 episodes that don't really work.
Yeah.
Love and Monsters is a classic. Yeah.
Imagine if fucking EFAP did a EFAP mini on that.
I mean, they already kind of did a breakdown of it.
I guarantee you Rags would absolutely fucking hate it.
Oh yeah, you have to have a very high like, what's the word? It's not IQ, but it's like you have to have a very quirky IQ. You know, high quirky IQ to understand Love and Monsters.
Rags just has a high IQ.
Like you have to be one of those people that is like, it's a good thing that it's disgusting.
Yeah.
As a council axe from a council van that you're using to destroy a council road, I'm reporting you to the council.
It's a spaceship, not a council spaceship, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Man, the Fear reaction was really good.
Oh yeah, I actually, despite it having so many problems, I actually enjoy Fear now. It's a really funny meme.
It had not to like them being like the same quality story, but it had like the same effect of like Aliens of London, where it's like a very enjoyable watch.
Oh, I still think Aliens of London is, even in that respect, tiers above Fear Her.
Yeah, I just mean in
Aliens of
terms of
London
just
is
reaction
fucking
and
great.
enjoyability.
It's so fucking funny. God, if Fear had the Slovene in it, it would be perfect.
I mean, yeah, Series 2 has... Series 2 has a lot of great episodes.
Oh, yeah.
I agree.
Oh, yeah. It's got David Tennant in it as well, which bumps it up instantly for me. Anyway...
People comment mainly on my worst episodes list that, boy, I must hate Series 2. And in my head, I don't. Actually, honestly, some of my favorite episodes are in Series 2. But it's also got a lot of clunkers. I mean, you know, for every Satan Pit and Impossible Planet and Doomsday, we get stuff like New Earth and Love and Monsters and Fear Her. Or The Idiot's Lantern. I mean, there's still some saving graces. There's School Reunion, which is good. There's...
The thing is, I feel like that's always the reason people put it low, is because they pick on those 4 episodes.
Yeah.
But it's like, I mean... Series 6, Series 9, they've got episodes in them that are just as bad.
Series 7 is just all bad episodes apart from one pretty okay one.
Anyway...
Girl in the Fireplace, which is great, and there's some of the others I already mentioned, but even though it's got a better batting average than Series 7 does, which is why it's placed higher, when Series 2 missed, it missed hard. Moving up another spot, Series 3. I think...
Now, here's the biggest disagreement, because Series 3 is my second favourite of the whole damn show. Because...
It's my 4th favourite.
Because it's fucking brilliant. It's so good. Even Game Troller Prime would agree with this. I believe it's his favourite one. It's Adam's favourite one. For a reason. Because... most of the episodes are really good, especially in the second half. And... It's
the best one of New Who.
Yep, and the arc of the 10th Doctor and Martha Jones is so genius that you actually have to be smart to understand it. It's fucking great. It is an absolute beautiful series. It's wonderful. It's magic. And... literally the only thing I would change about it is I wish that Lazarus Experiment was a 2-parter and 42 was wiped.
The chat is losing their minds.
Yeah. And wait till you hear the reason why he put it low. Oh boy. Oh
Dr.
boy.
Mean. Dr. Meanie
This is
Mean.
probably the first one I'm going to have on here that I'm going to get some serious pushback on from some fans because... well, look, aside from there being some phenomenal episodes in this series, Blink and the Family Blood, Human Nature, poor. But then there's Daleks in Manhattan, which is painful. There's the Shakespeare Code in 42, which are just kind of bland. And then if I'm looking at the series as a whole... there's 2 other big things. I don't love this take on the Master. And I've talked about this before, so I won't dwell on it too much. I like John Sims' later performances as the Master. I liked him better when he was in The End of Time.
This is the only person I've ever seen that prefers him in The End of Time to The Sound of Drums. It's weird because I asked him on a live stream why, and he said because he's not crazy in The End of Time, and I'm like, wait, what?
Are you fucking... No. No, what? Are you fucking kidding me? Did you fucking... People watching this, go back to like half an hour ago when we were fucking Monster from End of Time. You can tell that's not true at all.
Cromwell says Series 3 Tennant's better than Series 2. Yes, but the reason why that is because of the character development. It's a natural progression, and that's why Tennant's Doctor improves over his run, because the story is paced well. Like, they didn't jump straight into trying to make him... Like, with Matt Smith, it's the opposite, because with Matt Smith, in Series 5, they started, with, his peak, and then he devolved. Whereas with David Tennant, Russell T. Davies took his time to develop the character, which is why he's an improvement in Series 3 because his character has gone through some shit. Like, he's actually lost Rose, so he has a lot more depth, and that's a natural progression from Series 2 to 3. But obviously, Council of Geeks doesn't see that, does he?
I'm so hungry. How is that more reserved?
When he showed up at the end of Series 10, his initial intro here in Series 3, I didn't love.
It's great.
And then there's the other thing, which is Martha. And I know I'm going to get pushed back on this as well, but I don't love Martha. But I really stress, I want to clarify, that has much more to do with character use and the way the show kind of treated her as a character.
Fucking... Do you not understand the purpose of this story? It's treating her like shit.
She became more independent and that she overcame something and then was stronger for it.
The story's treating her like shit because that's the fucking point. It's meant to do that. Because she's... she's like... she's going through really...
How many...
miserable times with this series because... You know, the person that she adores, that she looks up to, the person that she falls in love with doesn't love her back. Of course the show's going to treat her like shit. That's the whole fucking point of the story. And it's brilliant. The character development you get from both the 10th Doctor and Martha in Series 3 is some of the best I've ever seen in any TV show.
How many times are we going to go over this whole argument that, no, the 10th Doctor treated Martha like shit? It's just like... I'm just sick of it at this point.
Like, do you not understand that this guy is a fucking alien who has not had relationships with human beings before? Do you really expect that he would know what Martha feels when he does the things he does? On top of the fact
even if he
that he's in like a distressed
he doesn't know how to deal with it.
He's also in a very distressed state. Not only from the Time War, but also losing Rose Tyler, someone he deeply cared about. And the fact that he wouldn't actually know what it feels like to be Martha is understandable why he would do the things he does, because he doesn't understand the consequences of it. And then, what's so brilliant about it is the fact that at the end of Series 3, he actually realizes the things he does, and it's why when he speaks to Donna and Partners in Crime about it, he regrets it. Because he learns. He learns what it's like to be a human.
Like, even if, like, he, like, knew, I wouldn't think he would know how to deal with it.
Oh, fucking sick of people shitting on Series 3. Cannot wait for Adam to get into it with Jake. Like, all those videos.
Please.
Adam defending it like it's fucking World War II.
Yeah. Like,
people just
I'm just so sick of. I'm so sick of the argument at this point that Martha was treated like shit. It's like, man, it's almost as if she had something to overcome and then did.
I'm glad that all of the subscribers agree with us on this.
Yes, because fucking hell, Series 3 is great.
It's one of the
fucking
best.
Hell. It's got the fucking greatest run of episodes in the show. Like, fucking hell, third from bottom.
And then
fucking
outside
Blink,
of
Family of Blood, fucking Utopia, Salad Drums, Laws of Time Wars, in a fucking row.
Yeah, and then outside of that group, you've got Gridlock earlier in the series.
To be fair, he doesn't like Gridlock, and even then, that's ugh. He's like, oh, it wastes the patch thing. It's like, no, it used it to
Gridlock
prove a point.
Gridlock is a masterpiece.
Gridlock is great.
It's a fucking masterpiece. You know what the funniest?
It's really good.
You know what the funniest joke in it is that when Martha eats a biscuit and then she finds out it's made of poo. Oh, I do not understand how you can think Series 3 is worse than Series 6. Are you high?
It does the performance for the actual characterization, because I actually think Martha's a very good character. She's a strong character, and I think she's a character who deserved better than the show treated her. I feel like the show almost intentionally stacked the deck against.
Man, it's almost as if that was the point! It was selfish yet overcome!
Smith and Jones is great too.
Martha. It kept over and over and over comparing her to Rose and like deliberately.
No, that's not what it did. It didn't compare. It didn't compare. It wasn't doing that, you fucking idiot.
Trying to make it an unfavorable comparison and really emphasizing how hung up the Doctor still was on Rose, and it just turned Martha into a rebound when she's better than that.
No. That's not what happens. That's not what happened. Martha overcomes this whole thing where she falls in love with the Doctor, but realizing the Doctor won't love her back because that's not who he is. And then that's her moving on and overcoming it, and then being like, you know what? I've got to go. I've got to move on. I've got to go and be me because this clearly isn't for me because of what this is and who you are. You know, you're not going to change. You can't change. It's in your DNA, pretty much.
I need some time to breathe. I need some time to breathe. I'm just gonna put some boiling water on so I can cook some food because I'm starving. You chat to the subscribers whilst I recover from this Series 3 meltdown.
Yeah. The show didn't compare Martha to Rose. Rose was used as what? Yes, the Doctor was hung up on Rose to an extent, yes, but that wasn't used to be a comparison. It was used to. God. He's like saying what the arc is, but thinking the show just wanted to shit on Martha. It's almost as if they wanted her to become a strong character with the odds stacked against her. Man, if only that was the point of the series. Oh wait, it is. God, it's just like I'm just so fucking sick of this argument that Series 3 is so shit because of what it does to Martha. What it does to Martha is fucking give her an arc, give her a story where she becomes stronger as a character. Yes, I agree. Series 3 is the most underrated series of the show because I'd put it 4th on my list because I think Series 1, 5, and 4 are the best and are very fairly rated. I know that Connor doesn't like Series 5 that much, and the big debate we had at the beginning, but I still Series 5 is great. But that's a decent. That's like the second strongest run of the show as well. Power Spy and 2. That's what I would say. It's from Library Part 2 to Journeys. There's some good fucking episodes. Very fucking good episodes.
What did I miss?
We just talked about how Series 3 is great.
Because it is. One of the best in the whole show. No one can convince me otherwise. It's absolute masterpiece. It is, Series 3. And Council of Geeks is wrong.
So, I didn't like how she was handled in this series overall.
Didn't like how she was handled
at this point. And so, between those two factors, which are major ones when you're looking at the series as a whole, yeah, this is on the lower end. Moving up to the 8th spot.
Oh, yeah, this is a good point from Game Trailer Prime. He's saying that Series 3's shit because of how he treats Martha, yet he puts Series 8 and 9 above it.
Yeah, aren't those toxic relationship themes of the series?
Toxic relationship themes.
But, appropriately enough, is Series 8, which was Peter Capaldi's first series. And I did like Peter Capaldi pretty much out the gate. But I didn't love him yet. Not in this series. He would take a little while to grow.
What? Hang on a second. Is he going to say that he loved him in Series 9 because he fucking plays a guitar or something?
Well, maybe Series 10. I don't know. But yeah, Series 8 is not better than Series 3, not by a long shot.
No way. I mean, like, Mummy on the Orient Express and Flatline are good episodes, but you compare that to Gridlock, Smith and Jones, Human Nature, Family of Blood, Blink, Utopia, Sound of Drums, Last of the Time Lords. Not even fucking close.
On me. There's that. He wasn't quite fully connecting with me. We're still toting Clara around, and while she started, her chemistry's better with Capaldi than it was when she was with Matt Smith, but she's only just starting to work for me as a character in this one.
She's got more. She has more character, but she's a bitch.
Yeah, this is her bitchiest.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose Series 8, in terms of like the way she's written, is technically stronger than 7 and 9, but she's still really annoying.
I think part of the thing with Series 8 is it's a series that I enjoyed when it first aired. It's one that probably took the biggest hit when I revisited it. When I realized, like, some of the episodes that I thought were great, like Listen, I actually have a fair number of issues with when I rewatched it again. And really the only episode
how can you say a series with Kill the Moon and In the Forest of the Night is better than a series with Blink and Human Nature, Family of Blood?
Because if you're a fucking moron.
Like, yes, is Mummy on the Orient Express. There are still some other good ones. Flatline is good. I like Robots of Sherwood. I think Death in Heaven and the finisher is pretty strong.
No! No! Fuck.
If you were saying Dark War, I would agree, but not Death in...
Yeah, I forgot that he likes Death in Heaven more than Last of the Time Lords.
Oh.
Ugh.
It was not the strongest debut that they could have given Capaldi. Not terrible by any means, but yeah, just kind of middling.
Did you see Cromwell's comment?
Yeah.
The girl being the bush was a better twist than Yana being the master.
Of course.
Moving up to the 7th spot, we stick with Peter Capaldi and we get Series 9. Now, Series 9, I like Capaldi much better. Now, I know some people found the whole guitar playing and the Sonic sunglasses and everything really cringy.
Because it is.
I kind of like it. I kind of love it, actually. It's this age of... It was really...
I just skipped back again. Fuck.
Fucking...
Anyway, Maybe there's just something to do with him being an American. I don't know. Maybe the guitar and sunglasses thing works for Americans. Who knows?
Maybe.
Have you found it?
Do with character use
no, that's
and the way, appropriately enough, is Series 8. Like Robots of Sherwood, I think Death in Heaven. We stick with Peter Capaldi and we get Series 9. Now, Series 9, I like Capaldi much better. Now, I know some people found the whole guitar playing and the Sonic sunglasses and everything really cringy. I kind of like it. I kind of love it, actually. It's this aging rock star vibe, and I think he's really good for that. Overall, I do think this is a pretty strong series. There's only 2 fall down episodes, and I'm going to come back to them because they are the primary reason this series isn't higher as a whole. But by this point, Clara and the Doctor are actually really working for me. They're gelling very well. They've made Clara a proper character, and I found it interesting.
There's nothing... there is nothing in Series 3, for me, that is as bad as Hellbent, Sleep No More, The Girl Who Died, The Woman Who Lived, and The Magician's Apprentice two-parter. There's nothing in Series... Even like Lazarus Experiment 42, I'd rather watch than those stories.
There's only 4 episodes I like, and one of them is an all-time classic.
Yeah. But like, putting Series 9 above Series 3, you are high. You are absolutely high, in my opinion. Series 9 is so poor. Mainly because of Hellbent.
I just think it's just below average, and it's got a really, really terrible. The
hybrid arc is probably my least favorite we've ever had.
Mm-hmm.
Hellbent for me is the worst finale. It's got some really bad episodes in it. The way Capaldi's Doctor is characterized is very, like, wishy-washy. And when it's bad, it's terrible. Like, it's as bad as when Matt Smith is bad. And it's just... Fucking Cromwell said Sleep No More was my least favorite episode until the Tsunami Confederation. He means instead of the Saranga Conundrum. Yeah. On my most recent viewing of Series 9, I loathed it. It was pain. It was so much worse than I thought it was the first time around. Really bad, really pretentious themes, really fucking just... There were so many stories where, like, you would get something really good, and then immediately it would get ruined in the next scene or in the next episode.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the fucking Davros shit in Magician's Apprentice, which is really irritates me. It's so wasted. The whole thing. Zygon Two-Parter is very overrated. The girl who died and the woman who lived is, like, unbearable to watch. Like, the girl who died is, like, Doctor Who on meth, and then the woman who lived is, like, Doctor Who on fucking paralysis drugs. Sleep No More, like, I don't understand what Mark Gatiss was thinking. Like, it's just terrible. And then Hellbent, the worst shit I've ever seen. So, saying that it's worse than Series 3, saying it's better than Series 3, I just don't understand how you can say that. I don't understand it.
Mm-hmm. She was, like, trying to be him, and the Doctor was like, don't try and be me, that's a bad idea. And that actually leads to her death in Face the Raven, which was good. And this series had Heaven Sent. Oh my God, that episode. And that one is one I was so happy to revisit and realize, no, it's still just as good as I remember it. Thank you.
But then,
we've got the fall downs. First, there's Sleep No More, which just, it made my worst episodes list. But then there's Hellbent. Now, my opinion, the exact nature of my opinion on Hellbent has wavered over time. It's gone up and down. Initially, I was just befuddled and confused by this, and I didn't know what to make of it. Then I kind of, through the help of commenters, I kind of understood what it was doing better. So I couldn't say it failed at what it was doing, but I still didn't like it. And now, as more time has passed, I've actually come to really dislike it. Again, a lot of it having to do with its intent as well as its execution. And that episode alone, honestly, really drags this series down. Partly because it's the finale and partly because it impacts... And what happens in this impacts so many other things that I can't just deal with it as an isolated, that was just one bad episode, like I can with other clunkers in other series. There's too much tied up in that one. Moving up to the 6th place spot.
Here's the thing, though. Like, I agree with what he's saying about Hellbent, but why is it above Series 3 and Series 2? I don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Because he thinks that the Martha arc is bad because he thinks that because the series is treating her like shit, that's bad.
Like, surely he would... but, like, comparing it to Series 2, right? Surely he would understand that Hellbent is much more damaging to the show than something like Fear Her or Idiot's Lantern. Anyway, I'm just going to go check on my cooking for a second.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if the Timeless Child is the hybrid, would that redeem Series 9? No. All they had are these cringy videos. They just make her walk around with a camera and annoy cast members. Oh, I don't think I've seen that before. Yeah, exactly. They were really excited.
Alright.
We have the David Tennant specials. So in case you don't remember, that means the Next Doctor, the Dead Planet, the Waters of Mars, and the End of Time Parts 1 and 2.
Planet of the Dead. Because the Dead Planet is the first episode of the Daleks.
Now, I don't think that there is a complete junk episode.
I don't really count this as a series, honestly. I count it as part of Series 4.
Well, it's his list, I guess.
Out of this lot. I think probably the weakest one is Planet of the Dead or Dead Planet or what. Honestly, I can't even. I'm having a hard time remembering what the title was, which I think shows the fall down.
Anyway, talking about what they're talking about in the comments. The Timeless Child being the hybrid wouldn't redeem Series 9. It would ruin Series 12. Like, it would do harm to Series 12, not do good to Series 9. That's how I feel about it.
Out of that one, it's fine, it's functional, there's nothing really wrong with it, but it's pretty generic. It's not particularly memorable. I actually have a really soft spot for the Next Doctor. I really
do as well,
find
actually.
it sweet and endearing, and
David
there's a lot of
Morrissey
aspects I like about that episode. With Waters of Mars, I know I have downplayed that episode before because a lot of people have a lot stronger love for that episode than I do, but it is still very good, even if I don't put it on the same pedestal other people do. And the End of Time seems to be surprisingly divisive. I think a lot of people are down on how drawn out the endings and the goodbyes are, and I get that, but kind of like with the end of Return of the King, for me, for the journey we've been through, I thought it felt earned. And we get what, for me, was an iteration of the Master that I liked a lot better than he was the first time. We get the Return of the Time Lords and Timothy Dalton. We get Wilf. I love Wilf. And overall, I think this is just a strong set of episodes. I'm not sure anything is quite truly stellar. I mean, if I were to pick a favorite out of this line, it would be the End of Time, but I still recognize there.
Wait, you like End of Time more than Waters of Mars?
This list is terrible.
Waters of Mars is my favorite episode of New Who.
It's it is not only my favorite New Who episode, it contains my favorite scene out of.
There are some sort of structural.
It's funny because in the 10th Doctor debate, that was one of the scenes that Dylan and Joey were criticizing.
Because music is too bombastic for some reason, and that makes it a weird
with the End
message.
of Time, and I understand why other people have problems with it. I just still enjoy it.
Yeah, I found it so weird I found it so weird how they think that Murray Gold's music is trying to force the idea that the Doctor's a good person. I find that so bizarre.
I want to say something about that scene that Dylan and Joey had quite a big problem with. The thing about the music in that scene, when he first arrives into the building, I would say it's very big and bombastic. I agree with that, but that isn't a hindrance. But after that, like when he electrocutes the water creatures, the music goes into like Series 4 music. You know, you recognise it. Like I don't know if it's in like Forest of the Dead or something, but that's not used for like Triumph. That's like tension music, and it's like a build up to the Doctor releasing all of his dark like thoughts in his head of like everything that's happened to him to that point, and that's what makes the scene so great. The performance, the dialogue, and the music. Because
they've completely ignored the music that plays during the Time Lord Victoria scene, the Valet music. That music is fucking gold.
Because it's quite depressing. Yeah. But yeah, that scene, it's thinking that the music is trying to say one thing, but the dialogue saying another is wrong, because that music that is played in that specific bits of dialogue is not triumphant music, it's tension music. It's almost like the ice is breaking. Also, it's that kind of music with the Doctor.
Also, just put in perspective, we still haven't got to Series 6 yet. He put Series 6 above the specials, above Series 2 and Series 3 and Series 8 and Series 9.
The only thing he's gotten right so far... The only thing he's gotten right so far is Series 7 should be bought.
Probably. Anyway.
Oh, no. I just saw a comment in the chat.
Oh.
No.
That's beef right there. OGA.
I'm going to get annoyed.
Orders of Mars is the best episode of New Who.
Orders of Mars has the best music. It has some of the best direction. It has some of the best set designs. One of the best monsters that is just in a one-off appearance. The Doctor is... It's not only is he the best Doctor in that episode, it's David Tennant's best episode. It's his best performance. It is the best realization of the character, I would say, for the 10th Doctor. It's what the 10th Doctor is as a character. And... the side characters are really good. Adelaide Brooke is a great made-up historical character, which is very unique for the show. How they make a character a historical figure, but they're not real. But the way they do it, it's so fucking good.
They're a futuristic historical character.
The Laws of Time and Mind scene is fucking phenomenal. My favourite scene out of all media is that scene. For so many reasons. Waters of Mars is... honestly, the more I think about it as time goes on, it might be my favourite thing ever.
It's my favourite episode of New Who. It's absolutely phenomenal.
If you've... like, for example, when Rag said that it was great, I was so happy because it is that good. It is so fucking good. Waters of Mars is phenomenal.
Indeed.
And even if you think it's good, I still have beef with that because it's phenomenal.
Yeah, when you consider the fact that it's got like 2 10 out of 10 concepts in one, like that's when you start to really realize like it's got a great base Under Siege with a very awesome monster concept that it's almost like Russell T Davies doing Moffat better than Moffat does Moffat with the Flood. Then you consider the time aspect of it as well. It doesn't get better. It does not get better than the Waters of Mars. Anyway.
But that gets it, basically dead center of this list. So we can get into what I can safely call the upper half. Which brings us to number 5, Series 1.
What?
This one...
Wait, what the fuck? Did he put Series 6 above Series 1?
Yeah.
What? I haven't seen this video in a while, but what the fuck?
Yeah. Same. I haven't seen it in probably a couple. This list is bad. It's so all over the place.
So you're gonna put one of the worst series ever over one of the best series ever?
Yes.
Like, honestly, so I've said before on the channel, Series 1's my favourite. Series 6 is probably in my bottom 5, even if you include Classic Who. It's terrible. And you're gonna put fucking Series 6 above Series 1. Are you high? Are you high? I gotta check on my food.
Oh god. Why guys, why are we watching this? Why are we watching this terrible why are we torturing us? God, I just can't believe you put series. Oh my ears! That noise triggers me so hard. Oh, I can't do it. Ah, stop! Oh god, I hate that noise. I hate that. It triggers me so. Is it gone now? Is it gone? Is the noise gone? Okay. So series 6, yeah, 6, 10, 5 remain. Yeah.
Fuck you, Council of Geeks!
You know why he's gonna, yeah, and you know why it's so low is because he probably doesn't like A's of London, World War 3, or Long Game.
I don't like it because of the farting.
He doesn't like Father's Day as well, by the way.
It's yucky.
He doesn't like Father's Day.
Yeah, I know about that. I remember that.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work for me. I don't understand the themes.
The themes.
You know, Boomtown, it's just kind of forgettable. Like, what can you say about it? Well, it's got great character development.
What?
Really interested to hear what he says about Series 6.
Yeah,
I
when I
didn't think it was going to make it this high because it's probably...
Wait, what? He said he didn't
think it'd be...
Jeez, I almost fell out of my fucking chair. Ah! What is wrong with you, man? Fucking... Oh yeah, Game Trailer Prime, I also used Samoa Joe's theme as an alarm. Once. Back in the day when I gave a shit about that piece of media. The only valid criticism of Series 1 is Adam Mitchell. I agree with you, Cromwell. It is literally the only thing you can criticize about it. Because everything else is beautiful television, and the vast majority of Series 6 is utter garbage. Would you agree, Callum?
Yeah.
Anyway...
Almost a 50-50 split between episodes I like and episodes I don't. But first off, we've got Dalek and we've got The Empty Child and the Doctor Dances, which those two stories, those are some of my favorite Doctor Who ever. I adore those stories. And honestly, maybe it gets bumped up artificially because of this, but this was Christopher Eccleston's only series. And even in the episodes I don't love, I really like him as the Doctor. I like Number 9. I like him a lot. And I wish we could have gotten more time with him. And, you know, maybe
I hate it when Americans say, like, Number 9, Number 10. That's so weird.
So what?
It's so
Say
weird.
what? You cut out for me.
Oh, sorry. I don't like it when, like, Americans say, like, Number 9, Number 10. That's so weird to describe a Doctor that way. Wait, what time code are you on, by the way?
I'm on 12/12.
Okay, that's fine. Yep, so am I.
boosting the series placement overall because of him more than the strength of the series as a whole, but even if that's the case, so be it. In fourth place, we have Series 6, which is another series that I hear a lot of people have issues
Anyway,
with.
I'm going to pause this because I have to stir my noodles. Let's talk about why Series 6 is above Series 1.
Guys, Series 6 is great. He's saying it's great. What? This is just getting depressing. This has been a very depressing episode of EDAR. Boo. Guys, remember when Matt Smith met the pirates?
Fucking hate that episode so much.
My ears hurt.
The Curse of the Black Thought. Oh dear. God. Anyway.
With that, I can't say that they're wrong. I just don't share them. First of all, I really like Amy and Rory, and I think this stretch of episodes is where the dynamic of the two of them with the Doctor and that trio was really firing on all cylinders.
Actually, I will say that's the one positive I have with Series 6 is that it has the best Amy and Rory dynamic with the Doctor. It just so happens that the episodes are terrible. But the only reason why it works here is because of the development in Series 5. I know I criticized Series 5 earlier in the podcast, but the build-up to this in Series 5 is the reason why it can even exist. But when it pertains to Series 6 itself, it doesn't really do anything that good with them.
Yeah.
Like, you get the whole fucking pregnancy arc with River Song, and that's terrible. Yeah, but the general dynamic between them is okay. That's fine. The problem I have with it is the stories and the story arc. And where the positives reign in for Amy and Rory come in the best episodes, like The Girl Who Waited, for example. So, yeah.
I like River's song. I like her use in this. I like the reveals we get about her. I like the Impossible Astronaut. I like A Good Man Goes to War. I love the Doctor's Wife. I really like the God Complex. I feel like overall this is the series where Matt Smith and these companions were at their most comfortable. They were their most fun. They were their most energetic. Plus the series was the introduction to the Silence, and I know this is blasphemy in some circles, but I like the Silence better than the Weeping Angels. I mean, that's just me personally because...
Oh, what is this video?
Well, the difference between the Silence and the Weeping Angels is that the Silence didn't even get one story where they were executed well. Like, even in their first appearance in Impossible Astronaut, Moffat made lots of mistakes with them. Whereas the Weeping Angels got Blink, which is, like, the best possible way to introduce a villain. Oh, wait, Cromwell just said that Closing Time is his guilty pleasure. Oh dear. I mean, if you like James Corden, then I suppose I can understand. But it ruined the Cybermen. I can say that.
Because, you know, the idea that they mess with your head and you can't remember, that just hits my buttons a little harder than living statues, but they just work better for me. We are getting right up there. Top 3 spots now. Number 3, Series 5, Matt Smith's first series. Now, even though I said before, I think Series 6, the overall team dynamic between
So how does it make you feel, Callan, that for him Series 5 and Series 6 are like really close in quality?
That's pretty big disrespect to Series 1 and 3 and 5. That Series 6 is above 2 and next to one of...
Series 6 is above Series 1.
That's so dumb. That's so dumb.
I have a soft spot for fatherly love stuff. So does Anthony, actually. But he hates Closing Time.
That's why he likes Idiot's Lantern.
Yeah. But no, Anthony hates Closing Time because he doesn't like that the Cybermen were ruined. And he's right.
He is right there.
Rory and the Doctor was working best then. I think actual overall writing and the episodes themselves are stronger in Series 5. And now I had a hard time figuring out which of those was going to come out on top of the other.
Oh my god. Oh my god. How does that make you feel? He had a hard time deciding between Series 5 and Series 6. Meanwhile, Series 2 and 3 are near the bottom, and Series 1 is just below them.
this list again, maybe I'd switch them around, but this is where they're landing for right now. And I've said before, the 11th Hour was a phenomenal opening and intro to not only Matt Smith's Doctor, but also Amy and how their dynamic was going to work. I think this series has one of the better mystery boxes.
Shit. Game Troller Prime's just reminded us that he still hasn't said Series 10 yet.
Yeah. I know where Series 10 is.
Yeah, I think it's second, isn't it?
Story mysteries over the course of the series overall. It's got the Return of the Weeping Angels. It's got the Doctor and Vincent, which is an episode that I've really come to appreciate as time has gone on. This was just
Vincent
a heck of a
and the
starter
Doctor
from Matt Smith, and it's right up there. Getting up to top 2, and if you've been keeping track and doing your math, you realize what the last 2 are going to be, and that does mean that the number 2 spot surprised me. I was not expecting this one to land this high. I really wasn't, but when I looked at things...
I mean, did you draw them out of a hat or something? Is that why you didn't expect it? That's why it's all jumbled and wrong.
No, Series 6 is not better than 9, 5, 3, 2, and 1. It's not. It's better than Series 7.
I wouldn't even say that. I'd say it's on par with Series 7. Oh, dear.
Oh, yeah, Game Troller Prime's going to have a field day, the next one.
Oh, yeah.
Overall, I'm like, yeah, number 2. Series 10, the most recent series that finished airing. First of all, this is Capaldi at his best, so far as I'm concerned.
I mean,
I agree with that.
Listen, I like Series 10, but it's not that good. It's not the second best of New Who.
It's not top 4.
It's not 8 places above Series 3.
It's not 3 places above Series 1.
Oh, dear. Well, I really do like Series 10. I watched it quite recently, and I do really like it. I think it's very consistent. I like Capaldi in it quite a lot. You know, I like Bill. And I think there's a lot of episodes in there that I really like. But putting it second place, I think, is just a bit ridiculous, you know? It's just a bit ridiculous, in my opinion. I know Joey Morgan did the exact same thing, but he's a bit of a special case because he doesn't really like New Who that much. So it's naturally going to be a bit more jumbled. But with someone like Council of Geeks, who's a predominantly New Who fan, putting Series 10 second seems a bit strange. Asma, I agree. Series 10 being top 5, I actually agree with you on that. Anyway, I've got to check on my food, so you have a little discussion.
This is all just a bit depressing, isn't it? Series 10, I would say, yes, it's probably the 5th best series of Doctor Who. Then it'd be Series 3, 1, 5, and 4. Series 11 and 12. 11 would be above 7, but below 6. And Series 12 right now would be above 8 or below 8. Did I say below 8 twice? Oh, no, I'm tired. Also, Kanzuki likes Bill because she's gay. I've probably pushed this up the chart. I mean, I do like Bill. I think actually Bill's a very pretty good character. I think the only time where I don't like her is when, for like the 10th time, they did address that she was gay in Eaters of Light. And at that point, I understood it in like Knock. I think that was fine. But doing it again here so late in the series was very... There. Series 11 is like second. I think there's Series 7 does just so much damage to what was really, really good Doctor Who, and Series 11 is just like, it's just nothing. And Series 12, guys, here's a hot... I already said this, but here's a hot take. Series 12 isn't good, it's bad. Yeah, I would agree she's the most relatable companion to Donna. But she's obviously not close to Donna. In terms of quality companion. Series 12 is bad so far. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is bad so far, but I'm not confident that the next 3 episodes are going to be good enough to bump it up to a decent series. Even if they're just fine episodes, it's still going to be a bad series.
I got myself a big bowl of pasta.
Uh,
Probably going to feel very bloated after it. Yeah, what the fuck is this Council of Geeks doing? He's being a stupid.
Concerned. I think he got better every single series that he was on, and by the time he finished, I absolutely loved him. I love Bill. I was so sure, based on some of the pre-release material that they put out, that I was gonna hate Bill. I loved her. I loved Nardole. I loved Missy. So for me, this series has possibly the best sort of series-long elements ever, and then it comes down to having some really good individual episodes on top of that. We've got Oxygen, we've got Extremists, we've got World Enough and Time. Whoa! And to my way of thinking, no real clunker
That's
episode.
free.
I think probably the weakest was Empress of Mars, but even that was fine.
Wow.
This was just a really good, solid series, and it made me all the more sad that
Hold
Capaldi
on
was
a
leaving.
second. Did he just say Empress of Mars is the weakest of Series 10?
no, I guess
I
the man would like a word of it.
I like that episode. I like Empress of Mars. A lot of Classic Who fans really like Empress of Mars, actually.
I don't think much of it.
Yeah, I think it's like a nice, small Mark Gatiss episode, you know?
No, Oxygen is good.
Oxygen's fucking great.
Yeah, it is. Die well. It's the finishing line. It's winning.
Yeah, Eaters of Light and Live the Land are worse than Empress of Mars. Definitely.
Oh yeah.
I'd even honestly probably watch. I'd say Empress of Mars fits in with like it fits in with episodes like Smile and Thin Ice and Knock Knock, like it's in that area.
Eaters of Light is a Series 11 episode.
Except it's got Capaldi in it.
Actually, yeah.
If
I wouldn't say it's Series.
If Eaters of Light was actually a Series 11 episode, it would be so bad.
I wouldn't say Eaters of Light is a Series 7 episode because it's not really like a movie rip-off thing. It's just a bad episode.
Anyway.
Because this, man, it just kept getting better, and I wish I could have seen what we would have gotten with one more series. But that does mean we are at the #1 spot, in my opinion, the best series of Doctor Who, Series 4. First off, let's be upfront. Donna's my favorite companion.
So we got there in the end. So the only ones he actually got like respectably right were the last and the first. Everything in between is all wrong.
Yeah, he ranked my best and worst series in the spot I would have put them.
Yeah, so you agree with his list then, Callum? You agree with his list?
Oh yeah, it's a perfect list. 10 out of 10.
Fucking hell.
By a pretty decent margin, and I've said that before and I'll reiterate it now, and that goes a long way towards really lifting the series up as a whole. I think I've realized as I've ordered the series that the overall elements that stretch across the whole series are more likely to buoy a series over a couple of wonky episodes than a few stellar episodes are to buoy a series that otherwise just has a lot of elements that aren't working for me. I think Donna's a good example of that. I think again, this is one of the better mystery boxes with the appearances of Rose and not knowing how that's working as we find out as we go along. But then if we want to get down into individual episodes on top of that, Midnight, Silence in the Library, we got the return of Davros. Sontarans, the Ood, Fires of Pompeii, which, to be fair, was lent additional poignancy by Capaldi's coming back as the Doctor, but just this...
Fires of Pompeii is fucking great. I will die on this hill. Fires of Pompeii is I think it's my favourite episode from Series 4. It's great.
Oh, man, this is a great series. And no, I'm not saying it's perfect. There are a couple of ones that I'm not a big fan of in here. I don't really think The Doctor's Daughter works. It really needed to be a two-parter. I've got issues with certain elements of Unicorn the Wasp that don't quite work for me. Partners in Crime is good, not great, but when I'm looking at series overall...
Hang on, it's his favourite series, and he's not even a big fan of Partners in Crime or Unicorn and the Wasp, which are like two of the most fun episodes from it.
The big picture. For me, it's Series 4. But, like I said, these were all good series of television, as far as I'm concerned. But that's my own personal ranking. Assuming you've made it to the end and didn't switch off because I gave a little ranking.
We would have if we were not doing a
You
podcast.
notice how he said that both Series 4 and Series 7 were the same adjective? They were all good?
Ranking to your favorite series. What are your thoughts on this list? How would you...
It was pretty bad.
Hang on. Orgy A, I think Series 1's more consistent than Series 4.
Even I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Order it, whatever
But
your thoughts are.
I think
drop something
Series
down in
4
the
is
comments.
better.
Let's talk about it. Don't forget to like, subscribe, as I am contractually obligated to remind you to do. Check me out on Twitter at Council of Geeks. Give a listen to the Council of Geeks podcast, available on iTunes and Stitcher. I'm also one half of the Punch Like a Girl podcast, also available on iTunes and Stitcher. And until next time, this council is adjourned.
Well, that was a fucking disaster.
We got about he put Series 4 at the top.
I hope after his Overdue Who series he changes some of these.
He needs to majorly reconsider.
Like, the worst one for me is putting Series 6 above Series 1. Like, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Unicorn and the Wasp is great, Orgy A.
I mean, I agree. Doctor's Daughter and Unicorn and the Wasp are not bad at all.
I think Doctor's Daughter's, like, okay. But, Unicorn and the
like
Wasp
I said,
are really
I
good.
don't think it's bad.
Yeah. Honestly, I would go for Unicorn and the Wasp before Planet the Ood.
Huh? Say again?
I would go for Unicorn and the Wasp before I would go for Planet of the Ood.
I prefer Planet of the Ood.
I mean, Planet of the Ood, like, is good, but, like, Unicorn and the Wasp is just so fun. It's just so pure fun.
Yeah. I think I like Planet of the Ood because it's a little bit more deeper. And it's a creature that I really am into, which is the Ood.
The only thing for me with Planet of the Ood is that a lot of the filler scenes are, like, quite action heavy, whereas with Unicorn and the Wasp it's very comedy heavy, and I prefer that.
But I think the action scenes have purpose.
Yeah. Man,
Because in the action scene in Planet of the Ood, that leads to, obviously, Tennant getting captured. That leads to Donna escaping the thing, or they release it. And that leads to the Ood escaping. That leads to the woman being running away with the Doctor and Donna. And that leads to the Doctor asking about where Ood habitation is. And she leads them there. But then the Doctor tries to, like, you know this place better than anyone, you can help me. And then she is, like, proving how bad this kind of corporation is, and then just says, here they are, they're here, gods. So even action scenes have purpose.
I fucking love the bits when the Doctor and Donna like saying like, no, we're not married.
It is depressing. Actually, I would say it's depressing and like satisfying as well because of the ending as well.
Oh, I'm gonna have to disagree with Asmat on his take about the Sontaran two-parter being better than the Selene two-parter, honestly. I definitely prefer the Selene two-parter, mainly for part 1. Like, Sontaran two-parter is quite consistent, but it doesn't have anywhere near the level of build-up that Aliens of London has. It's very, like, with Sontaran Stratagem, it very much just throws you into the story, which is fine. But I think Aliens of London's build-up is so unique, the fact that it diverts you. It's really, really bizarre. And I think it's got, like, great... like, the way that the Selene infiltrate the political realm is so interesting. Whereas Sontaran Stratagem's good too, but it's more like just an enjoyable action story, if that makes sense.
Mm.
And I would definitely say I prefer the Savine villains to Luke Radigan. I would say that. But yeah, anyway. It's kind of arguing semantics at this point, because I really like Series 4 anyway.
It's great. It's fucking great.
Now, with that said, that is all there is for the videos we're covering in the stream. So, the rest of the stream, I'm open to anything you want. I'm also open to Q&A or all sorts of that. But apart from that, I don't have anything left on the table.
That top 10 video really tired me out.
Yeah, you sound
exhausted. Exhausting. That was exhausting to get because of how many bad takes there were.
Yes, Game Triller Prime, the Absorbaloff is funnier than the Savine, but I wouldn't be able to buy that he would be able to become a politician the same way that they did. They have a much better presence in like an actual high stakes scenario, whereas the Absorbaloff is more like underground. I mean, Luke Radigan, I mean, like... I mean, do people really... I don't really know how to take that. He says that Luke Radigan's overrated. Like, how are we meant to respond to that? Like, he's meant to be a disliked character, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Is he trying to say?
Yeah, he is.
Is he trying to say he's an overrated villain? I don't know.
He redeems himself.
Thoughts about the upcoming Faceless Ones animation? I am very much looking forward to it. I think Adam said he hasn't actually seen the story before, so that'll be really cool to get his reaction. I've recommended Nerd 3's Moffat interview because Moffat takes the piss out of himself while Nerd 3 defends him. It's funny. I mean, Luke Radigan's kind of like if you combine Adam Mitchell and Mark Zuckerberg. If you think about it.
Yeah, and that is good as well.
Yeah. I can imagine like if Doctor Who was an American TV show, I can imagine Luke Radigan being played by Jesse Eisenberg.
Oh god. No, but Luke Radigan is a good villain that redeems himself at the end by sacrificing for doing something clever for once in his life.
Faceless Ones, yeah, it is a great story. It has one of the best like build-ups of any classic story. The Jamie and Samantha romance is beautiful, and the only real issue with it is that the conclusion's a little bit rushed, and that kind of lets it down a bit, but overall it's a very enjoyable story.
We need more American villains. I mean, we had Trump in Series 11.
Oh, God. Oh, God. I hope people are happy that Arachnids in the UK ended up on that bottom 20 live stream. Remember when you gave that episode a 7?
I gave it a 7.5.
Really?
I think it was a 7.5. I don't know. It was a long time ago. I was a different man back then.
Yeah, you liked Last Jedi back then.
Yeah. Although I'd never put it above Empire or New Hope. Or even Return of the Jedi.
No, you did. The first time I met you, you said you would.
Oh shit, I must have.
The first time I met you, you said Last Jedi was your 3rd favourite.
Oh fuck. That wasn't even a fucking year ago.
That was the night that we did Iron Man with Josh.
Yes, it was.
And I was like, I don't know what to say. Because Last Jedi, at that point, Rise of Skywalker hadn't come out, so Last Jedi was my least favourite, and I'm like, I don't know what to say. And I remember you specifically saying at one point, you're like, there will never be a Star Wars worse than Attack of the Clones, and then Rise of Skywalker came out.
And then Rise of Skywalker happened. Rise of Skywalker happened.
Yeah. What were your thoughts on the little debate I had with Adam about Star Wars?
I still don't think I've seen that thing.
Should we watch it right now?
Sure.
Right, okay.
'Cause you've got the unlisted video.
Yeah. Those of you who are in the comments. Oh shit! Did I close the fucking?
Yeah, I think we did.
Hang on, I got it.
It's fine.
Are we still able to open the old one or?
I picked the wrong thing.
Oh yeah,
no.
I'm in it right now.
Okay, we're cool. Okay, cool.
I think it's been about 2 weeks since
Council of Geeks.
Oh, sharp. Sharp with your tismy takes.
Yeah, so let's do a little mini round. I know this is technically not Doctor Who, but it did happen in a Doctor Who video, so we're allowed to show it in EDAR. Alright. Share the link.
In one of the recent reviews, when he talked about Joker, I was scared I was going to get really...
Nah, he said it was a good film, it's just not for him.
He might pull a J.J. Abrams.
Yeah, it's still a fantastic film, and it deserved its Oscar nomination.
Yes.
It definitely... It got the Oscars it absolutely should have got. Best Actor and Score, because it is Best Actor and Score. I obviously personally would have liked it to win Best Picture, but I'm actually kind of glad Parasite won, because that's pretty cool. I should probably see that at some point.
Alright, let's view this and get your thoughts.
Oh, are you in the room or no?
Sorry, are you in it?
I'm in it.
Oh good, yeah, because I am as well.
I wait, are you on Council of Geeks video? Because I'm still on that one.
No. I'm not.
Oh, okay. Show the link,
Maybe-
because I think we're in different
No.
rooms.
Shit, okay.
Because I'm still on Council of Geeks video.
Alright, cancel out of it and then come back in.
Oh. It's time for a little fucking debate.
Are you on it now?
I'm in.
Alright, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
He might pull a J.J. Abrams
and reboot.
And no, what he might do is he might come to the end of this series and be like, actually, people didn't like that. I'm going to change it again. We won't talk about that. Anyway, Doctor Who.
Last Jedi is better than The Rise of Skywalker. I don't care what anyone says.
Did you watch the Did you watch?
I actually agree with that, but it's still shit.
Listening to things about Star Wars.
Yeah.
Not on you. I'm just sick of Star Wars.
Well, I'll tell you one thing.
Yeah.
When we ranked the film,
So am I.
I put Last Jedi above Rise of Skywalker.
Well, thank you very much.
I still gave Last Jedi a fucking 1 out of 10 on the review, but I did put it above Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
Because it's a film that has scenes in it, and if you're one of those crazy fucking idiots that love themes and fucking art house weird ideas and don't care about.
At this point, I didn't actually know that he liked Last Jedi. I just thought he was like saying it was better. I just thought he was saying that it was better than Rise of Skywalker, but I didn't actually know that he liked Last Jedi. That's the thing.
Oh no! Oh
Star
no!
Wars or its lore or its plots, then I can understand why you'd like it. Rise of Skywalker, if you like that, go directly to jail. You are an idiot. You are a fool.
I genuinely believe we haven't talked about this, but I genuinely believe because I rewatched them preparing for Rise of Skywalker. I genuinely believe Last Jedi is a better film than The Force Awakens. I feel
I mean, Force Awakens is still shit as well. So.
The casino subplot doesn't go anywhere, but the Luke, Rey, and Kylo stuff, I genuinely love. Genuinely.
No, Adam. Here's the thing, Adam. It's shit objectively because Luke would never try to kill his nephew. He literally tried to save someone who literally destroyed planets. But someone's having nightmares, so I've got to sleep. Rey has no fucking character, so the stuff with her and Kylo is fucking ridiculously bad. And Kylo is just a weird mess of a person / character, as much as I like Adam Driver as an actor.
Oh, but the theme is that they're all broken.
I know. And it's shit.
The fucking film is broken.
The film is dog shit broken. I fucking hate Star Wars. I hate Star Wars. This is what Disney's done to me. I fucking hate... Here's the thing. I fucking hate Star Wars.
I cannot.
I think it's better than all 3 of the prequels.
Oh god, I'm gonna get angry. Like, it's... I hate Attack of the Clones. So I would say it's better than that. It's probably on the same level, but Attack of the Clones pisses me off more. But it's not... Last Jedi is worse than Phantom Menace, and it's worse than Revenge of the Sith.
Way worse. Way worse.
By quite a big margin.
Anyway, that's my Star Wars. I'm never talking about Star Wars ever again on this channel.
Okay,
bye.
Good.
Alright, let's move on.
I'd rather watch Attack of the Clones than all of the sequels.
Oh god, Adam's face when you said that.
And I don't even like Attack of the Clones.
Yikes.
I hate it. I hate Attack of the Clones.
Anyway,
disagree.
That ends that argument.
Disagree.
Disagree.
Yeah, we're not getting into that because neither of us are changing our opinions.
I'd rather watch Revenge of the Sith than Guardians 2.
I like how Adam was trying to... You know what? I'm gonna fucking piss him off here for no reason.
It's not untrue though.
I mean, I disagree, but I'm with Adam on that because I love Guardians 2. So you're also starting beef with me at that point, even though, but not to this probably same extent because I do like Revenge of the Sith. I just think it's very flawed. It has good writing, but it's very flawed.
The thing is, though, when he said that he likes Last Jedi more than Revenge of the Sith, I was like, I gotta fucking get him back for that.
I want to go back to when you said that. It's really fucking funny. It's really funny.
Yeah, we're not getting into that because neither of us are changing our opinions.
I'd rather watch Revenge of the Sith than Guardians 2.
Look at Adam. He's so angry at you. He's like, what the fuck did you just fucking say? Did you just bash your head or something?
Well, that's because you're dumb.
Though Guardians 2 has a very, very good story.
Yes, it does.
Anyway.
It's just painfully miserable.
Hey, you know how this is a Doctor Who YouTube video? You know what the comments are all going to be about, right?
That series 12 is bad.
TLJ, and we mentioned Tross.
Tross.
Oh,
the Rise of Skywalker.
Sorry, I thought you meant the Revenge of the Sith. I was like, oh, that sounds great.
Are you kidding? I cannot.
Hang on. That's ROTS, not TROS.
Yeah. So it's just anyway. Star Wars. Don't at me. I'm not going to respond to Star Wars comments because I just don't care enough.
I gave Last Jedi a 1. I gave Revenge of the Sith a 9. Deal with it.
Oh, what the fuck? Flip that for me. Oh, don't flip
Anthony
it.
gave Revenge of the Sith. He tried to give it an 11. I'm like, that's you can't go over 10. You can't. It's over the limit. And he tried to give Last Jedi a -3. I'm like, that's under the limit.
Adam looks so sad.
Minimum 0. Don't break my rules on my channel. You can't do that.
You can't. I like it. I find it funny. I don't think this was their intention, but I like to think the way you said that was trying to get Adam to forget what you said just before. Like he was like, let's just move on and
let's
pretend
blame
that
Anthony for something.
Connor is more vindictive than Series 8 Clara. Oh my god. Oh, that was...
Stop talking about Star Wars forever.
Yes. Otherwise, we might kill each other.
Yeah.
Fucking great.
Oh, I've got a head. Oh, I got a head.
Yeah, that was Star Wars.
That was Star Wars. It's now dead. Rest in peace.
I have to say, though, Adam's one of the very few people I know that actually hates Revenge of the Sith.
That actually what?
That actually hates Revenge of the Sith. He's one of the very few people that I know that actually hates it properly. Like ironically.
Yeah. Like, I have my problems with it, but it's not bad. It's definitely the best of the prequels, and it's better than Solo. It's better than Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker and Force Awakens. It's the 4th best Star Wars film.
I mean, is acting all he cares about?
I don't know. Well, no, because obviously, like you talked about for Series 3, right?
Yeah, of course. That's different, though. I mean, in Star Wars, though.
Yeah,
Star Wars.
The
the only thing that Last Jedi for me could have over Revenge of the Sith is that Adam Driver's a better actor than Hayden Christensen. That's it. But even then, like, it's a wasted resource because Adam Driver is given so bad material. Like, it's terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible material.
Asmat Mahmood says that Revenge is his second favourite.
Fine, but...
Anthony, I think it's like Anthony, Josh, and Alex all have Revenge of the Sith as their number 1.
Like, I like it, but it's not the best Star Wars film. It's not. Empire and New Hope and Return of the Jedi are better than Revenge of the Sith. Even with Return of the Jedi's problems.
Adam Driver gets that one scene with his shirt off, though.
Actually, maybe that is why Adam likes.
Oh,
maybe that's the maybe that's the Kylo and Rey stuff he's referring to.
oh God.
God, it's like it's fucking.
Fucking.
You say that
Hayden Christensen has his shirt off in Revenge of the Sith.
exactly, and he's way more. So like, I like when people mention it's like I love this stuff between Kylo and Rey, and I'm like, oh, so you like this scene, huh?
Fucking Anakin and Padme. I know this is really grasping at straws, but I think Anakin and Padme is a more convincing romance than Rey and Kylo Ren. Like, at least they actually know each other.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we talked in Attack of the Clones how it's absolutely ridiculous why she falls in love with him. But, like, you could, at a very, very surface level, put together reasons why she might. Like, for example, his dark side is persuasive, he's very handsome, they've known each other for a long time, you know, he gave her that little wooden thing in Phantom Menace. With Rey and Kylo Ren, I literally cannot think of one reason why. It just doesn't make sense. It's so weird. It's just so oddly unexplained.
It's dumb. It's a dumb.
Orgy A, Rise of Skywalker is the worst Star Wars film ever. Well, I think that's a good note to end on, because we can agree to that, can't we?
Oh, actually, I've got a question. Does Adam know that my Fugitive of the Judoon video got completely bombarded in dislikes?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I think he mentioned a few reviews ago about like how we could get another Hellbent on our hands because of where it could go with rooftops. Man, I just can't believe I got completely bombarded with woke hate.
Well, you must be a racist reaction. And a sexist, Callum. You realise that?
Of course. Clearly. Because obviously when I say that I don't like something because of the history, clearly what I mean I don't like that before.
Anakin confessing to wanting to become a dictator and cutting a pear in half in midair using the Force is enough to woo Padme.
Man, I like how we just sliced that pear.
Oh my god, Anakin, fucking Attack of the Clones is so funny. I just find it so hilarious that in one scene he's literally channeling Darth Vader, saying that, you know, it should be run by an authoritarian. We should be forcing people to make one person's decision. And he wants to be a dictator, and it's like he's like fucking fully, you know, embracing the Empire's political regime, and then cut to the next shot and he's riding that fucking weird animal CGI thing. Oh, that's the prequel in a nutshell, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, my reaction to Fugitive of the Judoon is 92 likes and 152 dislikes.
Yeah, because you don't like black people, Callum.
I don't like new things, clearly. Clearly, I do not. I don't like Fugitive of the Judoon.
I mean, I don't dislike videos that I disagree with necessarily. I only dislike it if I think it's bad content.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, there's content out there that I agree with that I think is bad content, and there's content out there that I disagree with that I think is good content.
Yeah. But because of the woke culture on the internet, because if I just slightly criticize something, they think that I think it's the worst thing ever.
I mean, they probably just lump you in with the Bolstrick crowd, don't they?
Here's the fucking thing. I don't watch Nerdrotic or Bolstrick's videos, but I think people that say that they're nobodies and that their opinions aren't valid, I find that very narrow-minded. I would like at least understand what they're saying. If you don't agree, that's completely fucking fine. And if their opinions are like from like left field or wherever the fuck, fine. But it doesn't make what they're saying, like, oh, don't give a shit and don't listen to what they have to say.
Oh yeah,
it's important that we. Yeah,
I agree that you should give everyone a chance. I just think that there is something to be said about their content and how flawed it is, which is why I want to cover them eventually on EDAR, because I do think their content is very flawed at times.
Yeah.
Like what Joey pointed out about his review of Demons of the Punjab, where he's like, oh, people don't like historicals. Look how well the Aztecs did. And, like, the Aztecs is one of the most popular Hartnells. It's like...
Yeah.
So, you know.
I find it funny how, like, we do a spin-off to EFAP, and one of the people that, like, this community doesn't like has been on EFAP. I find that quite funny.
And we're probably going to cover him at some point.
Yeah. And obviously Bolstrig is also connected to Critical Drinker, who I actually like. I think he does good videos. His Orphan 55 video, pretty funny.
Yeah, I just think that the problem I have is that he's, in quotation marks, he's sort of like getting in the wrong crowd, if that makes sense. Like, I don't have a problem with Critical Drinker himself, but I think his views are very much being skewed by the fact that he's being shown the show through the lens of Bolstrig and Nerdrotic. It will skew you. I mean, I guarantee he still wouldn't have liked it anyway, but I do think there's something to be said about that.
I guess I'm just not as fussed with Bolstrig and Nerdrotic as other people.
Probably because you haven't really seen them.
I guess, but even then, I probably would just disagree with their opinions and be like, I just think... I think it's the same with Harry's Haunted House, where
I'll put something in perspective, right? So, Nerdrotic, the problem I have with this channel is I think he's very stale. All of his videos are the same, his thumbnails are clickbait, and he's just not a very interesting person because he talks about the same things all the time. The problem I have with Bolstrig, though, is he's just really, really, like, not self-aware. He thinks that it's, like, for example... it's not just about criticizing episodes in the show, because there was that picture that came up on social media when it was Jodie Whittaker's birthday, and if you remember, she like dressed up for her birthday, right? Do you remember that picture? And Bolstrig made a video about it, like insulting her for doing that. Like, I think that is probably a step too far, just for me.
Yeah.
Like, making a whole video dedicated around the fact that you don't like this person and you don't want them to be happy. I think that's a bit far.
Yeah. I've also found it quite funny, like, I don't know the extent of it, but the whole, like, Bolstrig dog thing, or whatever, I don't know. And some people were like happy about it because they, in a way, it's like, oh yeah, my opinion's validated that he's awful. It's like, that's kind of a bad thing. Shouldn't you be like pissed off about it?
And also, my biggest beef with Bolstrig subjectively is that he hates Series 10. Like, he's the kind of person that says that Series 10 is bad because it has a political point of view. Whereas I would agree a lot of them... I mean, Thin Ice is pretty fucking weird in terms of the way it handles it. But I think there is a lot of examples of where I think having a political story actually works well. Oxygen, for me, is the best example of that. And that is different from when you handle it badly, like Arachnids in the UK. I don't think that something is necessarily just bad, like, straight up, because it has politics in it. I mean, fucking every Doctor Who story has something to say. You know, you look through all of Doctor Who history, every story has something to say. It has a point of view. So saying that something is bad because it has a political agenda, I think is dumbfounded. I think that's really, like, wrong. It's you should be more focusing on how it's executed, I think. And he's like, Series 11's bad because the BBC has a political agenda. It's like, who fucking cares if the BBC has a political agenda? Like, criticize the actual content, don't criticize the people. It's like, fucking, I could have a political agenda and make something that you agree with and you'd probably like it. It's like, fucking, just, he's so wrong-headed. That's the problem I have. He's just so wrong-headed about the whole thing. It just really irritates me. I remember when Hellbent first came out, Bolstrick quite liked it. And then when someone pointed out to him that a white man regenerated into a black woman, he's like, oh, it's the worst thing ever. And like that's the only reason why it's the worst thing ever. It's got nothing to do with fucking the actual content. It's just because of that. Anyway. I don't have much more to say. I think I've run out of energy.
Yeah. I think I have as well.
So if any of you got any last final questions, send them in now because we're going to wrap this up very soon. Let's see what I got to say. I mean, I can understand you thinking that oxygen's on the nose. It definitely is, because it directly addresses its themes. However, I think I give it a pass because I think it's handled well in the episode. If that makes sense? Like, if it wasn't handled well, I'd probably have a problem with it. And that's the thing for me. That's the difference between me and probably other people, is that I don't care if it's on the nose or not. I care if it's done well in the story. Well, I won't be getting any of the Classic Who Blu-rays because I've got all the DVDs. I feel like that would just be a very silly, expensive thing to do. When is the next worst of list coming out? Wait, what does he mean? Worst of list video?
I don't know.
Does he mean worst of Classic Who video, or does he mean like... I don't know. What does he mean? Explain yourself!
Oh, I think he does mean worst of Classic Who.
Well, after Series 12, the Faceless Ones DVD should be coming out. So we would have to do that first because it's a new release. And then after that, that's when we probably do the Time Monster. So yeah, you're probably gonna have to wait a little bit, honestly. As we speak and as I wait for you to send in your final questions, I am going to be making Doomsday public. Hope you're all looking forward to that. Yes, Scamtriller Prime, it's done smarter. Because it's actually a good story, it's well written.
I've just realised the Army of Ghost thumbnail, you're in the Doctor's 3D glasses.
You just noticed that?
I've only just noticed that.
Wow. Didn't you say you made the thumbnail for the Series 2 recap video your background?
Yeah, I threw it a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, they got that to look forward to.
Mm-hmm.
Public. And add to those playlists. And I believe Doomsday is public. Is that correct?
Oh my god, it's out. And the thumbnail is the wall. Like I said in the comments, we are here after over a year. Series 2 is finished.
Yes. Which Council of Geeks thinks is the second worst. Yeah, the Dr. Dance's thumbnail is not going to be topped, honestly. Like, you couldn't get better than that, surely.
Yeah, Series 2 is done. Obviously, you got the recap, but yeah.
I'm quite proud of the Fear Her thumbnail.
Fear one's good.
Yeah, but the Doctor Dances one, that's definitely the best one. Any expectations for the next story you watch in the Worst of Classic Who? Well, you mean the Time Monster?
Yeah, Time Monster is next for me.
It's the only Roger Delgado story I haven't seen yet. So, I'm looking forward to seeing the Master in it. I know it's quite a divisive story because it is generally regarded as one of the weakest Pertwee stories, but in terms of how you enjoy it, it tends to differ because a lot of people think it's just like absolute shit, and then others think it's really fun, like Adam thinks it's really fun. So I'm hoping that I'm on the side that thinks it's fun. One thing I will say though, there is one clip I have seen from the Time Monster where the Doctor talks to Joe Grant about Gallifrey, and it's a beautiful scene. It's one of Pertwee's best scenes, so... Yeah, I don't expect it to be very good, but I am hoping that I enjoy it. Like I have like a so bad it's good kind of thing with it, if that makes sense. Like even if it's stupid. Would you agree that the climax of Can You Hear Me is the one ever?
I think he means worst as well. Worst one. Maybe.
It's kind of got the Spyfall Part 2 and Power of 3 issue, doesn't it?
It does. It's a really bad ending. And then it spends 10 minutes trying to do a sequel.
No, the worst climax is Hellbent. Definitely.
In terms of letdown, then probably... That's what you would probably give.
Even on
Can You Hear
first
Me?
viewing, when I first saw it, I was so deflated after seeing it. I'm like, oh, that was disappointing.
And
then the hate grew through me.
Yeah. But yeah, Can You Hear Me? And then it just tried to do a whole season worth of development for characters in 10 minutes. It's like, oh yeah, I forgot, Yaz is a person. Also, didn't you find it weird how Feared Dreams didn't really get that much time spent on them?
Yeah, well, if you saw my reaction, is it public now? Did I put it? I made it public before the stream, didn't I?
Yeah.
So, I said that the biggest problem with this episode is not necessarily the content; it's the structure, and how that they could have used more time to explore the plot and take out a lot of the exposition. But they
make it an hour.
But they didn't do that. Yeah.
Just give us another 10 minutes at least.
Oh yeah. Journey to the Centre of the TARDIS, a literal reset button.
Yeah.
And it thinks it can get away with it because it's self-aware, but it can't because it's still shit.
Clara knows what the Doctor's name is in that episode. Would you watch the Cushing Doctor Who movie?
Yeah, I need to watch that at some point, honestly.
Yeah. Jay talked about it a little bit on EFAP and said that it's not good, but it's fun.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that the Dalek Invasion of Earth one is like it's technically speaking the same story, but it's more like pulpy and fun and colourful and vibrant.
Yeah.
But I quite like how dark and just desperate the Hartnell versions are.
Yeah.
Like I know a lot of people that don't have a good attention span find those stories boring, but I just don't.
I'm looking forward to watching those stories down the road.
Yeah, because you haven't seen Dalek Invasion of Earth, have you?
I haven't seen Dalek Invasion of Earth.
There's a lot you haven't seen.
And I've only seen parts of the Daleks. I look forward to getting to those at some point.
Yeah. I mean, apart from the first, An Earthly Child and parts of the Daleks, have you actually seen any Hartnells?
No, that's pretty much it.
Wow.
That's why I want more Hartnells. It's either that or I want Pertwee. Because I haven't had a lot of Pertwee.
It's just annoying because I mean, whilst obviously there is some positives to it, it's like you've been getting a lot of Peter Davison.
I have. And it's funny because I get the ones... I got, like, 2 that are from, like, his, like, final couple stories as well.
Yeah, that's really weird.
I don't get Tegan's last story, and I haven't got Kay's Avengers Army. I was like stuck in between those ones.
Yeah, it's funny because like Resurrection of the Daleks and the Caves of Androzani are my favorites of that season, and you got the stories that surround it. Like you got like you dodged them.
Yeah, I dodged. Oh god.
Yeah.
At least I got a Planet 5, which was like an exit story at least.
Yeah. Keys of Marinus,
and the introduction story.
Going off Cromwell's comment. Keys of Marinus is an underrated Hartnell story. I will actually be doing a commentary on Joey's channel, Security Kitchen Productions, to that story, Keys of Marinus. It'll probably be with Brian and Dylan as well. Looking forward to that. I love Keys of Marinus. It's like if Thanos was done on a low budget, and it was like a romp instead of like a world-ending event. Like instead of them wanting to snap half the universe, it's just them getting back the TARDIS key. It's really funny. But yeah. Time Meddler and the Aztecs are the best Hartnells. I agree. I love those 2 episodes. Time Meddler. Oh, it's so underrated. I mean, it is technically ranked as one of the best Hartnells on DWM, but in terms of the overall Doctor Who spectrum, it's so underrated. It's in my top 10 classic Who stories. Just, it's so magic. The entire story is so magic. But yeah, there's so many stories, Kellen, that I'm looking forward to you getting. It's just that the only ones so far that you've gotten that I was like really looking forward to you seeing were Enemy of the World and Earthshock. Because Enemy of the World
and what?
And Earthshock. Yeah. Because I love those, but yeah. I'm looking forward, again, like I said, I'm looking forward to seeing what the next one is at the end of the Frontios Part 2.
Yes, that should be out tomorrow, hopefully, if I can get editing it enough. Which I should do.
Yes. I disagree.
I figure out how to render properly, so that's all good.
I disagree with OGA. Web Planet is not the worst Hartnell. It's very, very fun. It's like Doctor Who on mushrooms. Oh, fuck it. It does not surprise me that Game Trailer Prime says that Keys is the best of Season 1, because Keys is like the maximum pulp story. That's all that fucking Game Trailer Prime likes, is just like entertainment.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with Brian Corrigan. He's the same. Keys is his favourite of Season 1 as well. No, the best of Season 1 is the Aztecs, followed by the Daleks. Because the Aztecs is a beautifully dark historical, and the Daleks is a beautifully dark sci-fi. And Keys is absolutely fun, but look, saying that Pulp is better than that, I think is a little bit, but, fair enough if it's your favourite. I imagine Game Trailer Prime's excuse for Daleks is probably like, oh, episode 6 is boring. Even though it's like, it's building up to the finale. Anyway, it's midnight where you are, right?
Yes, it is.
Does this mean that you probably need to go to bed, Callum?
Yes, because I've been up since 5 a.m.
Oh my god.
I left home at 6 and got back at around like 5 p.m.
Yes, well, with that said, I think it's probably about time we wrap up EDAR number 5. So, oh yes, Asmat, I have watched Marco Polo, and it's fucking great. Anyway, yes, that was EDAR number 5. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm sorry that we didn't get to finish the Dinosaurs on a Spaceship video, but I honestly don't fucking care at this point. Like, Dinosaurs is crap. Get over it.
We know it.
And, yeah, unless we've got anything else to say, we should probably end it here.
Yes.
Yes? Well, okay then.
Yeah.
Well, after this stream, I hope you all check out Jake's reaction and review to Doomsday. I'm very interested to see what you all think of that, because I had a lot of fun filming that, obviously. But with that out the way, it's time to say goodbye. EDAR number 5 is wrapped. In terms of the channel, we'll probably, after the Doomsday, we'll probably see you again for my reaction to next week's episode. We've also got the Series 2 recap will be coming out next week too. And also, Adam and I hopefully will probably film some reviews for Can You Hear Me and next week's episode. And yeah. Follow us.
On the final stretch.
Yeah. Callum will be releasing Frontios and revealing what his next story will be. Also, what was I going to say? Oh, my brain's blanking. Oh, yeah. So, check out twitter.com/Yendrazani if you haven't already, as I am watching a whole bunch of Classic Who stories and talking about them. Next one I'm going to be watching is The Two Doctors, so that should be fun. Colin Baker and Patrick Troughton and the Sontarans. I mean, I have seen it before, about 7 years ago, and I can't wait to watch it again because I remember really enjoying it the first time. So yeah, that's going to be fun. But apart from that, see you all next time for whenever you see us again.
Yes.
And EDAR number 6 will most likely be one featuring some very special guests.
Yes. Yes.
That'll probably be about a month away, and we're going to be covering a very specific video, and then we might have a bit of a chat about Series 12 as well, because by then it'll be over. So, we will see you all next time.
Bye.
You sound exhausted.
I think definitely I was probably going to be tired by the end of the stream, but those 2 videos really